period specific to these ordinances that will take place after the staff presentation. There's a sign-up list located in the lobby, which along with a list of those calling in will be used to determine the order of the speakers for that item. For our hearing impaired residents present, we have wireless headsets available through our AV team in the back of the council chambers. The regular meeting of the City Council is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson. Here. Cohen.
Here.
Hinkle.
Here.
Jazierski.
Here.
Leslie.
Here.
Lim.
Here.
Lindstedt.
Here.
Marsh Holshin.
Here.
Schaff.
Here.
Ward.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time on an item, they should limit their comments to 2 minutes. And we'll plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We'll begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for a meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, this agenda is approved. Before we begin this evening's agenda items, I would like to take a moment to honor the victims and survivors of the horrific mass shooting at Club Q in Colorado Springs. LGBTQ clubs are often a place of refuge and affirmation for our community. Yet once again, which should have been a safe space, became a target of a violent and deadly gun massacre. Our hearts are with the victims, their families and friends, Club Q staff and patrons, and the entire LGBTQ community in Colorado Springs and across the country. In solidarity against all anti-LGBTQ plus violence and the dangerous rhetoric that targets this community, please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. The first item this evening under petitions and communications is a proclamation declaring December 2022 as Volunteer Appreciation Month in Broomfield. Will Ms. Ferraro and any other representatives here to accept the proclamation please come to the podium and meet Mayor Pro Tem Jazierski. Welcome, and please introduce yourselves.
Volunteer coordinator for the city and county of Broomfield. There's the mic.
Thank you. Would you like to say hi? Or are you just videoing? Oh, you're the camera person. Okay. Well, thank you for being here. This proclamation recognizes Broomfield's rich tradition of giving back and how volunteering and engaging in community service creates a stronger and more resilient community and makes Broomfield a better place to live. Hundreds of dedicated city and county Broomfield volunteers affect real change here, and with their time and energy, their valuable skills and their dedication, compassion, integrity, and humility. The city and county of Broomfield is grateful for its volunteers whose efforts ensure that residents are able to enjoy programs and services that wouldn't be possible without their dedication. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim December 2022 as Volunteer Appreciation Month in Broomfield. And I want to thank all of our Broomfield volunteers and encourage our residents to continue the legacy of giving back and serving our great community. Would you like to say anything else?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, so as a native Broomfielder, I got to grow up and be inspired by folks like yourselves who volunteered and gave back to the community every single day. So I wanted to say thank you for that inspiration. Growing up, I'm very proud to be from a place that places such a strong value on giving back to the community. We had over 916 volunteers serve over 30,000 hours with City and County of Broomfield programs and services in the last year, which have made a huge impact in our community. And so that does not go unnoticed. So I wanted to say thank you, Mayor Castriota. Thank you, council members, for recognizing how volunteers in Broomfield make this such a wonderful place to live. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, next is public comment. If anyone in the public would like to comment on this agenda item, please come up to the podium. And now they'll go to council comments. Anybody on council have any comments? Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to point out one volunteer appreciation for our boards and commissions and those members that serve on our council boards and commissions. They attend those meetings, most of them every month. Most of those meetings are in the evenings. And so they're taking time away from their families. And this is a great service that they are giving to our community. And so just a special shout out to them. I've served with many of them before I was on council, and then post-council being the council liaison to some of those boards and commissions. It's been a great honor and privilege to work aside these folks, and thank you all in our community for continuing to support those boards and commissions. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, moving on. Comments from the public are next on general topics not on the agenda, starting with in person. So if anyone who'd like to be heard, please come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Hello, I've been here before. My name's Chuck Swain. I live on Federal Boulevard, about 149th. The last time I was here a couple months ago, I was having a problem with coyotes chewing up my water lines and being aggressive. Well, they're not chewing my water lines now, they're frozen, but they're still aggressive. 5 times in the last 2 weeks, I was able to count the teeth in their mouth as they came after me. Now, I won't run from them, but I'm going to kill them. I've asked the city for help. No help. I talked to the state. They said I should just shoot them. So I'm going to shoot them unless you guys want to do it, or I can have an extermination firm will come in and exterminate all 7 of them that hang around in the area. Nobody in the city seems to care, but I care. They've went after my grandchild. They went after our neighbor. They'll never go after another person. I'm going to kill every one of them, just so you know. And if you really care and want to help, I'm open to let the city do it. I'm trying to obey the city laws and not use a firearm in the city. But it's no longer that. I'm protecting myself on my property. Coyotes were not any problem until 2012, when you guys passed the crazy laws about giving coyotes more rights than your residents. And I'm not the only resident in my area that's upset with them. There's probably about 20 of them, 20 residents. And if we have to form a political action committee and support people and put on the council that will handle things with the common sense and care for the people in the city, we'll do it. I've already got $1 million committed for that. So, but right now I want to get rid of the coyotes. I give you guys 3 days. The next time one comes at me, gets within 20 feet and growling, I'm going to just blow it away. That's where it is.
Thank you, Mr. Swain. Okay, we really aren't going to have an efficient meeting if we do applause and stuff, and we don't really tolerate that in the meeting. So try to keep that down so we can get moving through this agenda. Anyone else on general public comments?
Hi, my name is Van Bruce Arant. I'm from Morrison, Colorado, and I wanted to address the council about the 7 vacancies in the patrol division in the Broomfield Police Department. These vacancies have been hard to fill. In fact, from what I understand, enrollment in the schools and the education facilities that train police officers is down 60%. A lot of municipalities are having a hard time filling positions that have been vacated by retiring police officers or police officers just going into other professions. It is more important now than ever that ordinances that are on the books be constitutional. These police officers have no qualified immunity in the state of Colorado. And if the municipality that they work for is asking them to enforce laws or enforce ordinances that are unconstitutional, then they are putting these officers' retirements and assets in jeopardy. So I ask that this city council make sure that whenever Supreme Court decisions are rendered or that case law is put into effect, that you review your municipal ordinances and make sure that they are constitutional. Thank you.
Thank you. I did skip over another petition and communication, so I'll back up now. My apologies, and thanks for the heads up. We have Kay Gazaway here, who's going to present information regarding this year's tree lighting ceremony. She's our community events coordinator, and thank you for your patience.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Castriata and council members. Like she said, my name's Kay Gazaway and I'm Broomfield's Community Events Coordinator. And I'm here tonight to invite you all to bundle up and join in on the holiday tree lighting event that is this Friday, December the 2nd at 6 p.m. right here at the City and County Building. And the event starts off with you, Mayor and council members, welcoming the community and asking them to help us do a countdown to illuminate the big tree out front. And once the tree is lit, then we do the annual Broomfield sing-along for a holiday sing-along. And that's just for fun, by the way. It's if your voice isn't polished, don't worry, because we do have the Yuletiders coming and their professional quartet that's going to make us all sound amazing.
I lip sync.
Perfect. That works too. Once the tree is shining brightly and we're singing, that's a signal to Santa to come visit Broomfield. And North Metro Fire Department has the honor of bringing Santa on one of their beautiful fire engines right out front here. And Santa will be in the building all evening. So all the kids of all ages have plenty of opportunity to visit with Santa. In addition to the Santa, we have lots of musical entertainment that night. We have Coleridge Elementary Choir, the Broomfield Children's Choir, the Broomfield Civic Chorus, Meridian Elementary Mustang Voices, and the Mountain View Elementary Sign Language Choir. In addition to all that, there's going to be free hay rides that will take the guests around community parks so they can enjoy all the holiday lights that our Parks Department has put up over the last few weeks. And finally, we're going to have complimentary holiday cookies baked fresh by Broomfield's Enchanted Oven Bakery. So make sure you can enjoy that. And that's a real quick overview of the annual holiday tree lighting ceremony. And we're really looking forward to a wonderful time on Friday night. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Gazaway. Comments from the public are next on this item. If anybody would like to make a comment about the tree lighting ceremony, now's the time. Don't see any online. What about council? Any questions for Ms. Gazaway? You guys excited? I am. All right. Well, thank you very much. We'll see you on Friday.
Very good. Thank you.
I'll go back to general public comments because I kind of moved on real quick. If there's anyone else, one last call to speak generally on any topic, now's the time. On. Council's community and event updates are next. Does any member of council have an update this evening? Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two announcements tonight. When council members go on to conferences, we tend to come back and talk about what we learned at our conferences. So myself and a few others on council were able to visit the National League of Cities Conference in St. Louis, Missouri. And I was able to experience the mobile tours that showed their free streetcar systems, sporting complexes that will host the World Cup soon, solution sessions, and also visiting the expo. One of the sessions I attended, it focused on how to leverage community feedback to improve infrastructure, and it was fascinating. Infrastructure is a top concern for many local government leaders, especially now that funds are available through the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to invest in priority projects. This is a $1.2 trillion bill, also known as the bipartisan infrastructure law. It gives state and local governments resources for much needed roads, bridges, water, rural, broadband, climate-focused projects, and other improvements. This bill also aims to create 1.5 million jobs per year. Building on its experience developing a range of online community engagement tools, a group called POCO has partnered with NLC on a new infrastructure survey. And what I found the most interesting is that the language is the same when assessing needs so that other cities can compare themselves to each other, which I found fascinating. In doing so, we can see where we maybe have gaps and we can apply for grant funding to fill those gaps. And I will send that online tool to our staff, so perhaps we can see if our survey can help us fund much needed infrastructure. And my second announcement is my heartfelt condolences to the families affected by the shooting at the LGBT Club Q. My son Connor, when he was in middle school, had a friend who came out to him, and Connor asked me how to help him talk to his parents about being gay. This boy sought solace in a trustworthy friend in my son, and he helped him come out to his mom first and then his dad. It's in these moments we need to be reminded that we all can be places of solace for our LGBT community, and the Q Club represents one of those places, but we can all be the Q Club and be a place of solace for those who are hurting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
First of all, on Monday morning, I attended United Power's elected officials briefing in Brighton. They provided an overview of their power supply transition and their EV charging rebates now available to developers and local governments. And then I also took the opportunity to attend the National League of Cities Conference in Kansas City. A significant number of the sessions focused on securing federal funding for infrastructure from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. This included funding for water, clean energy, community resilience, building codes, electric vehicles, and workforce development. Presenters stated the keys to successful applications for federal funding involved having shovel-ready projects, leveraging with other funds, having a grant writer, and forming partnerships in applying for funding. During Monday's session with United Power, their leadership expressed an interest in working with cities and partnerships to apply for infrastructure grants. Today is the anniversary of the Sand Creek Massacre, one of the worst mass murders in U.S. history. On November 29, 1864, U.S. soldiers attacked a village of Cheyenne and Arapaho people and killed at least 230. Mass shootings today also raise questions of how society continues to use violence against marginalized people, and if our actions and language respect the dignity of all human persons. That's it, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I also had the pleasure of attending the National League of Cities City Summit Conference in Kansas City, Missouri, or last week, or before, whenever it was. Time seems to run by the same. Infrastructure was a very big topic, but I found where I focused more on the transportation side, and two of the things that I found most helpful with this conference were the mobile workshop tours that Kansas City provided to conference attendees. One of which was all aboard downtown Kansas City streetcar and learning how they meticulously and diligently worked with the community to put together a streetcar and how they funded it through a sales tax and a dedicated property tax along a very narrow and specified corridor of downtown to not create undue burden on other residents. And then the last one was Kansas City's tiny home community for homeless veterans. And this program was originated out of a nonprofit organization that just works with communities across the nation now to implement tiny homes for veterans, and their definition of what veteran is not necessarily what the VA defines as a veteran. Longmont actually has one of these communities going in, so if you want to learn more about that, you can I think, find some more information on Longmont's website, or at least email the city of Longmont to learn more about that. But getting to hear the partnerships they work with and try and develop with Kansas City specifically, since this is where they originated out of, I thought was very interesting. So that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Councilmember Schaaf?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out, I don't always wear a sweatshirt to a council meeting. I can't even remember the last time I did. But there's a lot of pride in Broomfield right now, especially for Broomfield High School. Earlier in November, the Broomfield High School gymnastics team won their second straight team state championship. And the mayor and council have invited them here to a future council meeting to help celebrate with them. So that's a great accomplishment, especially 2 in a row. But also this last weekend, the Broomfield High School football team beat Erie High School to advance to the state championship. Broomfield will play Loveland High School on Saturday at Mile High Stadium in Denver. So that's a great thing for our community and for our young people. So please come out, support our high school. Hopefully we can take home the state championship this time. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? All right. Council's consideration of the consent agenda is next. We'll review this evening's consent agenda and then address the items in 2 parts, as item 7B is an item for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. Following the clerk's reading of consent agenda items 7A through 7D, we will ask for public comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 7A through 7D by title?
7A, approval of minutes from November 1st, 2022, regular meeting. 7B, approval of Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority minutes from the October 11th and 25th, 2022 meetings. 7C, resolution number 2022-149, authorizing annual aggregate spending with DPC Industries Incorporated for the purchase of sodium hypochlorite for water, wastewater, and reclaimed water treatment for 2022. 7D, resolution number 2022-142, approving a revocable permit by and between the city and county of Broomfield and Wildgrass Master Association for a community bulletin board to be located in the public park at 14789 Eagle River Loop.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments, starting with in-person on these consent agenda items. Don't see anyone. Does any member of council have comments on these items? We'll first address agenda item 7A, 7C, and 7D. Is there a motion that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for agenda items 7A, 7C, and 7D be approved? Thank you, Councilmember Leslie.
I move the resolution.
Thank you. Second, please. It's okay, got it. Councilmember Ward.
I'll second the motion.
Is there any discussion? Councilmember Lim.
Just that Wildgrass appreciates the bulletin board approval from the city for the park. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a clarification. Do we need our 2 members of the Urban Renewal Authority here to approve those minutes, or does their vote not matter in the approval of those minutes?
Well, we have the next item B with the borough.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. And they're always invited, but they're not required to attend. So I don't really know if they're here. But they are invited.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So then is there any other discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Next is the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority's consideration of item 7B. The meeting of the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority is called to order to consider agenda item 7B. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority.
Anderson.
Here.
Cohen.
Here.
Hinkle.
Here.
Jazersky. Leslie.
Here.
Lim.
Here.
Linstead.
Here.
Marsh Holston.
Here.
Mitchell. Nielsen. Schaaf.
Here.
Ward.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. Does any member of Borough have questions on agenda item 7B? Is there a motion that the recommendations contained in the staff report for agenda item 7B be approved? Councilmember Schaaf.
So moved.
All right, is there a second? Councilmember Ward,
Second.
thank you. Is there any discussion? All right, all opposed? All in favor? Let's start with the favor. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. There's no business before the Board of Social Services or the Board of Health this evening. The first item under council business this evening is a public hearing for both council and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority, considering proposed resolutions pertaining to Highlands filing. Number one, the meeting of the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority was called to order earlier this evening. Staff has requested that the public hearings for both resolution number 2022-146 and resolution number 2022-147-UR be continued to December 13th, 2022. I would like to ask City Manager Hoffman to provide a status update.
Sure, appreciate that. And good evening, council and community. This is a project that we've been working with the developer for about 3.5 years. We look forward to bringing it back on the 13th. We just wanted to ensure that staff closed the loop with St. Vrain School District to ensure that the agreements that were in place, we had the numbers correct and that they were all on board. Thus, Councilmember Schaaf, the reason that the two board members are not here tonight, we wanted to give them a heads up early that we'll be seeing it on the 13th.
Sounds great. Does any member of council have any questions on this? Are we doing public comment then?
Not on a motion to continue.
Okay, thank you. So now we need a motion to continue the public hearing before council and a separate motion to continue Borough's public hearing. Is there a motion from council? Councilmember Ward.
Yes, I motion to continue the meeting to December 13th for resolution number 2022-146.
Yeah, it was good. Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Schaaf.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Marshall.
Did the motion need to cite the Urban Renewal Authority resolution also?
It's a separate one.
Oh, separate, okay.
We'll have two.
Right.
Okay. So all in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Is there a motion to continue the Urban Renewal Authority's public hearing? Councilmember Marshall.
I move that resolution number 2022-147-UR be continued to December 13th.
Wonderful. Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Schaaf?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any, that passes unanimously. Seeing there's no further business before Borough, the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority is adjourned. Thank you all. Our next item under council business this evening is the public hearing and council's consideration on second and final reading of proposed ordinance number 2179 regarding permit parking. I'll now declare the public hearing open. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Anna Burton-Zetti, Co-Director of Community Development, will walk us through this item. Ms. Burton-Zetti.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. If I could have the next slide, please. The purpose of this ordinance this evening is to update the permit-only parking regulations that are established in the Brimfield Municipal Code. Currently, the code specifies that only property owners within 1/4 mile of the closest property line of a school can request permit parking restrictions for their block. Permit-only parking restrictions may be requested by the property owners within an approved block by providing signatures of approval of at least 2/3 of the homeowners on that block. After a block is designated as permit parking only, then the city and county of Brimfield would post signs and be able to enforce the permit parking for those individual streets and blocks. Next slide, please. The updates as proposed in the ordinance this evening will expand the permit parking area to include a portion of Broomfield Heights subdivision that is near the future Broomfield Town Square project. Some property owners within the subject area had previously expressed concerns related to potential users of the Broomfield Town Square facilities parking in their residential blocks. This amendment would allow for these areas closest to the town square to be eligible for the permit parking in the future. The ordinance will also serve to remove references to the permit-only parking dates and times that are currently within the code.
This will allow the the traffic engineer to provide flexible regulations regarding the times and dates to be able to address both parking near schools and near the Broomfield Town Square, since these types of uses will likely have different peak hours of operation and impact times differently on the neighborhood surrounding them. Finally, the ordinance will also add an opportunity for guests of the residents in these areas that are permit-only parking to be able to be eligible for temporary permits as needed, which would be reviewed by the city and county traffic engineer. The current code only allows for temporary permits for contractors. So this code amendment would allow residents to request temporary permits for any of their guests. This hasn't really been an issue around the schools, but if during the evening hours that are anticipated to be needed for the areas impacted by the Broomfield Town Square, this may become more important for those neighborhoods. Next slide, please. It should be noted that a large portion of the area becoming eligible for the permit parking restrictions with this ordinance are already within a quarter mile of an elementary school as shown on this map. The traffic engineer will work with homeowners at the time of the permit parking request to determine the primary area of concern in trying to understand the neighborhood impacts, whether they're from the Broomfield Town Square or from the elementary school, to apply appropriate limitations on hours and days. Next slide, please. As proposed, the ordinance would be updated to include the area that's shown on this slide outlined in yellow. It is immediately adjacent to the Broomfield Town Square project that is in teal. The proposed permit-only parking includes about 285 properties within this yellow highlighted area. It's important to note that this ordinance itself does not designate this property as permit-only parking. Property owners would need to request this designation, and the request could be received on a block-by-block basis. It does not need to be the entire area. This concludes staff's presentation this evening. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Burton-Zetti. We'll now proceed with public comments. If there's anyone in the public who would like to comment on this agenda item, please come up to the podium. Don't see any online. Questions from City Council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion, and the time to introduce amendments for or against this item is later. Any questions from Council? Councilmember Lim.
Thank you for including in the second reading the list of addresses that would be a quarter mile from Broomfield Town Square. There's the next step would be if of a resident or a homeowner wanted to collect signatures for a petition. Is there a particular form that the city would provide for that petition collecting or would recommend language or?
Councilmember, we will have more information on the website. We're working on updating the permit parking only requirements on our traffic website. And that's a great idea to have a form to help guide them. We can certainly address that and have that added. We wouldn't expect the designation to be requested for the Broomfield Town Square area until construction is complete and we start to see occupancy. And then we'll be able to determine the peak hours where there could potentially be impact.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? All right, there being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2179 on second and final reading. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2179 by title?
11B, public hearing ordinance number 2179, amending certain sections of titles 10 of the Broomfield Municipal Code regarding permit-only parking requirements. Second and final reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
I move that ordinance number 2179 be adopted on second reading and published.
By title.
By title.
Thank you. Is there a second? There is a second. Councilmember Lindstedt.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Burton-Zetti. All right, the main event. Next on our agenda this evening is council's consideration on first reading of proposed ordinance numbers 2188 through 2195 and 2200, amending chapter 9-72 of the Broomfield Municipal Code regarding firearms. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandums, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Good evening, Mayor.
Rogers.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Nancy Rogers, a city and county attorney. Joining me tonight is Courtney Tiemann, a senior attorney in my office, also representatives from the Broomfield Police Department and the Department of Public Health and Environment for Broomfield are here to answer your questions. Mayor, if I could have a minute just to get my computer rebooted up.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Of course.
Of course, this would happen at a meeting with. I know, it's all right. It's all right.
Thanks. So I don't know if anybody else is watching. There's a big worldwide event happening right now, the World Cup. There was a great game on today that featured our country. I'm not going to give anything away just in case there's some people that have recorded that haven't watched it yet. It was a great game. That's about all I'll say. I look forward to many more games, but there's been some great World Cup soccer matches that have happened. If you haven't tuned in, some of them are big upsets. Some of them are some great games to watch. So I'm enjoying those. And like I said, I watched one of them today. I pulled my son out of school because I said, it's not every day that you are going to get to, watch the United States men's team. So you've got to come and watch this. It could be their last game, for a while, as we saw back, 2 World Cups ago. I didn't realize that was going to be the last one for 8 years. So it's not every day that, that you get to see him play. So it was pretty awesome. It was a great time to spend with him. And again, I encourage you to watch them if you haven't watched them. There may be one coming up with the United States. I'm not going to say for sure or not.
How's it going, Ms. Rogers? Oh, okay. All right. You need more time because, oh, okay, okay.
Jake, please. We started discussing this matter back in September of 2022 when we had our first study session. This was in response to a council request to look at passing ordinances in Broomfield that would be in line with a regional initiative that was being looked at by our neighbors. We had that first study session on September 20th. We had a presentation on the draft ordinances and got feedback from the public during that study session as well as from council. We had 2 executive sessions, as council knows, and many in the room are aware. This is a very hotly contested litigated issue where the law is in flux in this area. We had executive sessions on the 11th and the 17th of October. We had a second study session on November 1st, and based on that feedback, we also utilized feedback from our residents. As council is aware, we've received numerous correspondence from residents, and I know you all have reviewed them as a staff who've been working on those, and we utilize those along with the feedback from council to present to you today on first reading these 9 ordinances. They're set for first reading today, and if approved to go forward, they will go to second reading, which is now scheduled for January 10th, 2023. Next slide. The ordinance we're going to discuss today now have numbers. For those who've been watching this issue, we used letters before, so we have the corresponding letters. So I'm going to go through the ordinances in order. If you haven't seen the staff packet that's online, it has more detail and the actual wording, the actual ordinances in the staff packet. It also has links to the previous staff packets. Next slide. The first ordinance is ordinance 2188, which would add a rapid fire trigger activator to the definition of a legal weapon. Under Broomfield's code, it is unlawful to purchase, possess, or discharge illegal weapons within Broomfield. Owners of rapid fire trigger activators would have 30 days from the effective date, which is typically 7 days after second reading, so mid-January. So they would have 30 days from that effective date to dispose of their rapid fire trigger activators. There are exceptions for law enforcement, military, or those businesses that are engaged in the procurement of rapid fire trigger activators for law enforcement or military. Next slide. The next ordinance is 2189, which is establishing a minimum age in Broomfield of 21 to purchase firearms. This would have an impact on the purchase of long guns. So the ordinance would raise the age allowable for sale and purchase of firearms from dealers, so not transfers between family members, sale and purchase of firearms from dealers to individuals 21 or older. There are exemptions for law enforcement who are purchasing a firearm for use in their official duties and for military when engaged in their official duties. That chart at the bottom of the slide has what the state and federal law age requirements are now. Next slide. Ordinance 2190 regulates the possession of non-serialized weapons. And I know that this term is considered politicized, but this is also known as the ghost gun ordinance. So those are non-serialized or unserialized weapons. It would make it illegal to possess an unserialized firearm in Broomfield. The definition of unserialized would be a firearm that does not have the unique serial number engraved or cased in metal alloy on the frame or receiver, either put there by a federal licensee or by a maker. Now, by maker, as that term is used in federal regulations, that's somebody who makes their, it's called PMF. And thank you, John, personally. Firearms, a maker is allowed to self-serialize. So that would be, as federal regulations are right now, okay under our ordinance. I know that was a question we got from a couple residents. There's exemptions for this for, of course, federal firearms licensee that might have in possession an unserialized weapon, antique firearms, firearms maybe before October 1968, and a law enforcement officer who might happen to have that unserialized weapon in the course and scope of their duties. Next slide. Ordinance 2191 has 2 components. It requires that federal licensees, firearm dealers, post a warning sign and provide a notification to individuals that are purchasing firearms in Broomfield. The language of the warning sign is on the board. That warning sign would need to be large enough so that the lettering would be about 1/2 inch each. We printed one out. It would look something like this. We printed this out on my printer upstairs. We had a question about what would the cost be. Broomfield would make this available on the website for download, and then somebody could print this on their normal office printer in a 14 by 22 piece of paper. The other component, next slide, Jake. Kyle, thanks, is the notification. The notification is a little bit different in the warning sign, that the effort here, and this was on the feedback from council, the effort here would be to provide notice on some resources. As somebody takes a firearm home, they would bring this pamphlet brochure home with them and have that resource. We had a question about why the warning part wasn't included on the notification. The warning is for when you purchase, and the notification was supposed to be for resources when you get home. The information on this would include the information provided would be on extreme risk protection orders, secure storage under state law, the state law on reporting lost or stolen firearms, and information for suicide prevention. Next slide. Ordinance 2192 is a 10-day waiting period and proof of competency with firearms. I emphasize the "and" right now because as currently drafted, that it is both requirements that must be met before somebody would be able to purchase a firearm in Broomfield. The firearm dealer could not deliver and somebody could not take possession of a purchased firearm unless they waited 10 days from the initiated CBI check and unless they also demonstrate competence with a firearm. And competence could be shown by establishing that your involvement in organized shooting competitions and or current military service, you're a certified instructor, as that term is defined by state law. You were honorably discharged from the military within 3 years, or a discharge with a firearm class within the last 10 years. You're retired Colorado law enforcement with a firearm qualification in the last 10 years, or a training certificate. In the next slide, we're going to talk about what that training certificate would look like. Next slide. That training certificate would have requirements that the class is an in-person class. It's taken in the last 10 years. The certificate is signed and the topics must include, and this must be noted on the certificate, that the class covered safe gun handling, safe storage, the provision of mental health resources, situational awareness and de-escalation techniques, and coverage of applicable laws such as ERPO, the red flag law, safe storage, reporting stolen firearms, and local Broomfield laws. Not included in the training list. After staff discussed this with the internal team following the second study session, was a requirement on bias training or training on mental health signs, because we were concerned that the trainers that provide classes on firearms would not necessarily have the qualifications that we would want to be teaching on bias or mental health. But that's why we kept in the provision of mental health resources similar to what's provided on the notification. Class length is also not included in the code as a requirement, and there's not a requirement that the trainer be a certified trainer. This is a hard area because you can get all sorts of trainers in our conversations with people who operate in this space. There is a broad range of people who offer firearm training, and some of them are highly, highly qualified and certified. Some of them are not. In the state law, there is a definition of certified, which I cite here from 1812-202 in the Colorado Revised Statute. And that's certified by local, we don't certify in Broomfield, state, or a federal law enforcement agency, post, which is part of the state, federal military agency, or a national nonprofit organization. The NRA certifies a lot of firearm trainers, so that would be NRA certification would fall in should council want to add in certified trainer. The exemptions, next slide, thank you. The exemptions to the 10-day competency requirement in 2192 are a law enforcement officer currently employed, a military or federal official, licensed firearm dealers, gunsmiths, private security firms or security personnel, and a common carrier who could be transporting firearms within the course and scope of their work. Next slide. The next ordinance is 2193, which is an open carry prohibition in public places. Public place is defined as a place where the public has access, except places where firearms are sold or stored. Exceptions are lawful law enforcement officers that are currently employed. There is a printing error, and I greatly apologize for this. In this ordinance, in the final printing, when we were confirming the exceptions, it says a law enforcement officer purchasing for use in official duties. The other drafts, and the O is the intent of this one, was a law enforcement officer, of course, openly carrying a firearm for use in their official duties, and staff will make that modification for second reading and formal passage. Military when engaged in official duties, target shooting, a person's own property, business, or dwelling on that property or on property with the permission of another. Private motor vehicle, which is permitted in state law, an unload firearm in a locked container. And of course, this is an odd exception, but carrying concealed doesn't violate the open carry law. And then private security guards acting in the course and scope. We did have a question about when does that take place? And some businesses that employ private security guards decide to try to use uniformed, not police officer uniform, but uniformed security guards with gun belts so that it is noticeable that that the security guard is wearing a firearm. I did not find a business in Broomfield that actually does use open carry security guards, but these are businesses that I know in the Denver metro area that have done that in the past. Ordinance 2194 is prohibiting concealed carry firearms in city and county of Broomfield owned or leased spaces. This would prohibit concealed carry in only certain places within the city and county of Broomfield. And those places would be the ones where signs were clearly posted saying that there is no concealed carry. And that would be determined by the city and county manager or her designee. There's exceptions to this. Post-certified law enforcement officers that are currently employed concealed carry. LEOSA, Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act permit holders, those are retired law enforcement officers or officers that are traveling between jurisdictions can hold a LEOSA card as well. Armed Forces or National Guard, and then a private security guard potentially acting in the course and scope. We had a question on private security guard in this regard. That is a very limited application. The city and county of Broomfield does not contract with private security firms. We have not, and I don't see a need in the future that we might. And also we don't really have the opportunity for other individuals to bring their own armed private security here, like, a famous person with an entourage. So that would be a extremely limited exception where I think we would have a private security guard that would be here in the course and scopes of their duties concealed carrying. Ordinance 2195 is the second to last one. This is a definition update. We wanted to make sure that the definitions we were using coincided with and worked with these other ordinances. So we included definitions on a federal licensee, framer, receiver, what a licensed firearm dealer is, a law enforcement officer, rapid fire trigger activators, which is also defined in 2188, and then the purchase, sale, and transfer of firearms. The transfer part is really important because we had questions on the 21 age restriction on whether this would prohibit interfamily transfers that are otherwise lawful, and it would not because of the way transfer is defined. We really are looking at the purchase and sale from firearm dealers to those under 21. The last one is ordinance 2200. This was just a general code update. This was actually in the earlier drafts much longer. It really just has two substantive updates here. We wanted to there was a section in the code that had a blanket exception for the chapter, just in case maybe one of the specific exemptions didn't cover it. We wanted to make it clear that law enforcement was exempted, and so was active military. And then we revised the affirmative defenses related to transporting a firearm in a car to be consistent with state law. Mayor, that ends the staff presentation. Like I said, we are here as with other staff from other departments to answer council's questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. We will now proceed with public comments, which will be limited to 90 minutes total. For those here to make public comments tonight, thank you. We also want to share with our residents that council has reviewed the numerous emails and correspondence submitted to the city, and they have been added to the public record. If your comment repeats what a person said before, we request that you indicate your agreement without repeating everything the person said prior. This will help with time, and we appreciate your cooperation. We'll hear from 6 in-person individuals and then one person on the phone until we hit the limits addressed earlier. Priority will be given to those who indicated that they are Broomfield residents on the sign-up sheet. Non-residents will have a chance to speak if time remains after Broomfield residents have made their comments. As we call your name, please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes in the first group. And if you're joining by phone, please press *3 and you'll be placed in the queue, and you'll need to state your name and neighborhood for the record as well. So we are going to start with our first group of 15, and I'll do 3 at a time, and you guys can line up at the podium for time. First, we have Brian Piotr, Mike Bryan, and Jim Morrill.
Good to start?
Go ahead. Yes, please.
Good evening, Councilman. Thank you for having me. My name is Brian Piotr. I live in the Miramonte neighborhood. I wanted to just take a moment to say that I think the ordinance you've written do not have teeth to enforce anything of substance, that each and every part of this ordinance can be circumvented by anyone who would like to with a short drive to a nearby town. And for that reason, I'd say you might as well try to ban fireworks on 4th of July. Oh, I think you've also tried to do that. That is also something not enforced, that is completely just blatantly done. And for the same reason, if somebody would like to go and buy one of these, go buy a pistol without doing a waiting period, they're just going to go to Westminster and come home with a pistol. It's not going to, the only effect of these ordinances is that you're going to move business out of this town away from small businesses to big gun stores. And so for that reason, I suggest you revise these ordinances to perhaps achieve something you are trying to achieve, maybe perhaps reduce gun violence in a meaningful way, since you will not reduce the number of firearms purchased or the type or the people who have them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mike Bryan and Jim Morrill. Mike?
That's me. I'm going to pass if you don't mind.
Oh, no worries. Then Jim Morrill, did I say it right?
Yeah, Jim Morrill.
Morrill.
Thank
okay.
you. So I'm a 30-year resident in Highland Park, and I'm very concerned about a lot of these proposals. First, like the last gentleman was saying, all we're doing is punishing Broomfield businesses. If I have to wait 10 extra days to collect a firearm and I have to go through additional training, but only in Broomfield, and 0.8 of a mile away, I can go to Cabela's. Why am I going to be beholden to buy something in Broomfield? You're hurting your tax revenue. You're hurting your businesses. It makes no sense. Now, the training, that sounds like a great idea. I love going to have training, but it shouldn't be mandatory. Offer free training. Make a city program that says, hey, we want to have people trained, gun owners or not. That's a great idea, but don't make it mandatory. That doesn't make any sense at all. The 21, is an 18-year-old an adult or not? Are you going to take away their right to vote? If not, why not? It's constitutionally guaranteed. So is the Second Amendment. A lot of this, what I've read, does not seem to be well thought out. Your rapid fire trigger activators, whatever the heck that is. In the language, you specifically say these are items that are banned in Broomfield. These are illegal. Some of those are a firearm, a gas, or mechanically operated gun. Later in your report, you specifically mention a gas or mechanically operated gun means an air gun, an air gas, a spring-operated gun, blowgun that discharges pellets, BBs, arrows, darts, including without limitations, BB guns, spring guns, and other similarly operated guns and weapons. What does that mean? That means my son's airsoft guns are put in the same category as your assault weapons. You know what else that means? You specifically said you cannot sell, transfer, or use or possess these guns. You know what else that is? That is a Nerf gun. A Nerf gun, if I donate my son's Nerf gun to ARC, because he's outgrown it and it's moved on to airsoft, you've made that illegal. Did anybody read any of this? It makes no sense. I understand you want to do good. Everybody wants Broomfield to be safe. I love Broomfield. This is not well thought out. Please do not pass any of this garbage.
Thank you. Next, we have Abigail Viata, Adam Lorenz, and Brittany Butler.
Members of City Council, thank you so much for considering these gun ordinances for Broomfield. My name is Abigail and I live in Ward 1. I'm a mother, a teacher, and a responsible gun owner. I wanted to see if in 3 minutes I could read a list of our 718 mass shootings that have happened in 2022. A mass shooting is defined by 3 or more people killed or injured. These mass shootings include hate crimes and domestic violence. Hate is not a mental illness, and domestic violence is about gaining and keeping power, not mental illness. Tallahassee, Florida, New Orleans, Atlanta, Georgia, Mobile, Alabama, Chicago, Illinois, Atlanta, Georgia, Costa Mesa, California, Houston, Texas, Temple Hills, Maryland, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, West Palm Beach, Florida, Chesapeake, Virginia, Hennessy, Oklahoma, Dallas, Texas, Washington Park, Illinois, Yazoo County, Missouri, Colorado Springs, Colorado, Chester, Virginia, Charlottesville, Virginia, Omaha, Nebraska, Sacramento, California. I am old school and I would have preferred to print this out. However, it would have taken 30 pages front and back to read all of these. Mount Pleasant, Michigan, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Enfield, North Carolina, Fort Worth, Texas, Memphis, Tennessee, Indio, California, Jersey City, New Jersey, McAllen, Texas, Tulare, California, Chicago, Illinois, Gainesville, Florida, Buffalo, New York, Philadelphia, PA, Unityville, PA, La Plata, Maryland, Orlando, Florida, Chicago, Illinois, Hattiesburg, Missouri, Houston, Texas, Baltimore, Maryland, East St. Louis, Illinois, Denver, Colorado. I have 20 seconds left, and I don't know what to say other than I'm not going to get through 718 of these. So what I will say is that the US gun homicide rate is 26 times the rate of other high-income countries. And this number has changed just since I've been involved, and I had to look it up again today. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Lorenz.
Hi, my name is Adam Lorenz. I live in the Ridgeview Heights neighborhood. And like a lot of people, I moved here to Colorado in 2015. I'm born and raised in Los Angeles, and I've lived through this exact process almost 30 years ago. And I used to live in Long Beach, California, and things were safe throughout most of my life. But in the 1990s, when the Gray Davis administration got into power in California, they started passing large amounts of gun laws, kind of like what we're seeing tonight. and we started to see an uptick in crime. And it sounds counterintuitive. You'd think that taking guns away would reduce crime. But what it did was it created a void that turned the tables to favor gangs, criminals, organized crime. And I was assaulted myself. Our house was vandalized. My family's houses were broken into. One night when me and my dad went to the bank, 4 gang members pulled out of a car and laid us face down in the parking lot at the bank and robbed us at gunpoint. And the gun laws did nothing for us. They actually provoked more crime. And we went to the police, and Long Beach Police Department said they couldn't do anything about it. So there's no report taken on that. And these statistics, the police are so overwhelmed, they can't start to report all these crimes. The assault, the vandalism, the robberies, they all went unreported. So when you look at crime stats, just remember that in high crime areas, the police are overwhelmed, and they call it kissing it off. They just can't handle it. And so we're going to create an environment that favors criminals, that basically rings the dinner bell for the wolves. And you know, we're gonna have to worry about our safety. We all want to make this place safer. So let's, you know, ever since COVID, we've kind of gone crazy, and things have become partisan, and we're trying to spite each other and punish each other. But let's not punish the citizens that are trying to do things the right way, that are hunters, that are shooters, that are self-defenders, that, you know, want to do good for this community. Let's not punish these people. Let's punish the people that are trying to hurt us. We all know who these criminals are. They all fit the same mold. We can go after them, and we can stop this today if we wanted to. So let's do that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're not going to do the clapping. Moving on to Brittany Butler.
Hi, my name's Brittany Butler. I live in 80023. I've spoken here before. I'm a pediatrician and a mom. I cry a lot when I get nervous and I can't control myself, but I'm actually okay. I spoke previously about the experiences I've had as a pediatrician, seeing kids affected by gun violence, attempted suicide, kids caught in the crossfire, multiple children who have lost parents from gun violence. This is an issue that is incredibly important to me, and I believe that we need stronger laws to address the gun carnage that's going on in our country. I actually come from a different background than probably most of you might think. I'm from Georgia, and I grew up in a family that had guns, used guns. My grandma thinks that she's a police officer, but she volunteered with the police department in Florida where she lives. She hunted. Both my parents owned guns. My dad, in what I like to call the Christmas of weapons, gave my sister and me Red Ryder BB guns when we were like 10, bows and arrows, blow darts that we played with all throughout our childhood. And it was safe and fun. I have great respect for responsible gun owners, and I hear the passion in people's voices here, and they want to be able to own guns, and they're using them appropriately and safely. I appreciate that. To the gentleman dealing with the coyotes, killing them sounds like a very appropriate use of firearms to me. Not that my opinion matters. But it's just an absolute fact that we have an incredible problem with gun violence in our country and in our state, and even recently in Broomfield. And the reason I believe that we have gotten here is because people who have much more money and power than most of us, people in the gun industry, lobbyists, have just promoted guns everywhere have promoted that guns make us safer, which occasionally is true. For example, a gentleman mentioned the mall shooting in Indiana where a gun owner took the guy out. You know, occasionally that happens. I think it's about 5% of like attempted mass shootings is my understanding. In general, guns do not make us safer. And I think we need to do something to address it. I think that, you know, while it's absolutely true, you can go to Westminster or whatever neighboring city to, you know, purchase guns more easily. I think we have an opportunity to be an example to our state, to our community, to our country. Hopefully others will follow suit. I think we just need to be open to more to ending this violence. And I think we have to put laws in place to do that. And I think this is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to go to one of our callers on the phone. And Russell, you are next. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, my name is Russell Winkler and I live in the Palisade Park neighborhood. My experience comes from firearm courses that my wife and I teach here in Broomfield and almost exclusively to women. One woman had just learned that her daughter's car was being tracked through an Apple AirTag. Police told us it's very common for kidnapping rings to place trackers just like that on vehicles of intended targets, learn their habits, identify places and times so they can actually conduct their kidnapping. This mother knew her daughter was being tracked, and the kidnappers knew exactly where she lived, worked, went to school. Unfortunately, there's nothing the police could do. They couldn't identify the kidnappers just from the AirTag. And so, like every good mother, her instinct was to protect her family. She was able to purchase a firearm, protect her daughter, protect her family the very next day. I have a hard time imagining something like this happening to my family. And I absolutely cannot imagine being told that I would have to wait 10 days to buy a firearm to protect my daughter if I didn't already have one. To spend 10 days knowing that a criminal kidnapping ring knows exactly where she lives and works, and I'm completely unable to protect her myself. The same is true with the mandatory training. You're placing additional barriers on law-abiding citizens, their right to protect themselves and their families. Many of the women we've taught are recovering from some type of domestic abuse. They've been threatened, physically beaten. Restraining orders are just paper. These women need to protect themselves. And I can't imagine a law that just tells them, sorry, you don't know how to defend yourself in your home and you aren't allowed to protect yourself until you take a class. Oh, and also you'll still have to wait those 10 days. Hope he doesn't come after you before then. So this right to self-defense that all of us have, that these women in particular rely on, the right to bear arms to protect yourself and your family, it's a fundamental human right. If you don't see the very glaring problem that placing these barriers in front of law-abiding residents creates, before they can even purchase a gun, then you need to spend more time talking to victims like these. This law is treating the right to bear arms just like some kind of regulated government privilege that can be doled out and that doesn't get extended to everyone. Only those privileged enough to have the time and money to go through these extra hoops will be able to do that. Seems unconstitutional to me, definitely dangerous, and I absolutely feel it cannot happen. So to the entire city council, I urge you to reject all of these ordinances. Ordinance 2192 in particular seems dangerous. And I can't see how much time I have left, but if I have the time, the FBI itself estimates that firearms are used in defensive situations to save lives 500,000 times a year, I believe. So yes, guns do make us safer. And I guarantee you to print that list of defensive situations on a piece of paper would take a lot more paper. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to our in-person list, and next is John Ewalt, then Leslie O'Brien and Jenny Ewalt.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. First off, I must acknowledge, my name is John Ewalt, and I live in the Pinnacle North neighborhood. First off, I must acknowledge the work that has gone into improving these ordinances that are being presented here tonight. They are leaps and bounds better than what was presented at the first study session. And that is due to the diligent work of staff, council, and a few dedicated private individuals, members of the public. At this point, there are still 2 ordinances that need a lot of work and one that needs some. And I hope that the suggestions I have offered will be considered to make them better. If that improvement doesn't happen tonight, There is no shame in voting no on those ordinances that should not be viewed as a failure. Our goal is only to pass good ordinances. If the ordinances are not perfect, they should be voted down, and we can take up something better in the future if and when the need for that new legislation can be proven with logical and reasonable arguments. I would also like to share my deep appreciation for the council members and staff who are willing to meet with me to discuss these ordinances. There are clearly some members of council that have their heart in the right place. And even though we may disagree on the exact method to get there, I think we all agree that any loss of life to gun violence is a tragedy, especially when that loss is due to suicide, which should be preventable. These council members are Bruce Leslie, Lori Anderson, Devin Schaff, and James Marshallshan, and are the city and county attorney, Nancy Rogers. Thank you for taking the time to talk with me, even though I'm not your constituent. I really appreciate it, and I can honestly say I have learned a lot through this process, and I hope you can say the same. I have submitted written comments on each flawed ordinance, and I hope you have all had time to read and consider my arguments as to why these ordinances are fatally flawed and should not be passed. To the general public, if you are not aware, all comments on this issue sent to council are available for reading on a Google Share Drive linked to tonight's staff memo. You will see that the overwhelming majority of the public comments posted there are in opposition to these ordinances. And that opposition, for the most part, is based on well thought out, rational, and logical arguments. The same ratio of opposition also occurred at the previous two study sessions. So I have to ask, council, are you listening to your constituents? Public support is firmly in opposition, and rightly so, since you have not disputed any facts or arguments presented by those opposed to these ordinances or proven the need for any of these ordinances in Broomfield, either now or in the future. Tonight is your last chance to prove that we need any of these ordinances through honest, rational, and fact-based arguments. I was told by a council member that I need to approach this discussion with a sense of openness and to be brave. I have been, and I will continue to do so. And I think that that is quite obvious to those that have been paying attention. I would ask that all of you approach this discussion with the same sense of openness and to be realistic in your representation of gun violence in Broomfield. Not only that, but I ask you to speak honestly and transparently. If you do not like guns, say so, but do not let your dislike or fear of guns overrule logical decision-making. Your constituents and your city and county deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie O'Brien.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Leslie O'Brien, and I am the privilege of being the local group leader for North Metro Moms Demand Action. Since the last study session was held, there have been 3 mass shootings, defined as 4 or more victims killed in a single event. To address one of the many beneficial ordinances being proposed by council, Ordinance 2192, the waiting period, it would have been extremely valuable to have in place in Virginia at the Walmart shooting. The shooter was able to obtain a firearm almost immediately once passing a background check, and then within hours murdered his coworkers before turning the firearm on himself. If there had been a 10-day waiting period in place, 6 people may still be alive today, and the survivors and victims' families would not have to suffer lifelong trauma. This is just one of the many examples of why strengthening gun laws is critical and life-saving. Stronger gun laws do lead to safer communities. In states where elected officials have taken action to pass gun safety laws, fewer people die by gun violence. Education and implementation of these laws lead to safer communities. We can't assume these laws won't and don't work if law enforcement fails to enforce them. El Paso County, a self-proclaimed Second Amendment sanctuary city, did not pursue an extreme risk protection order after a bomb threat of the Club Q the Club Q shooter made. While no charges were pressed, the threat, the firearms in his possession, and his mental health were all in question. If the El Paso County Sheriff's Department had helped pursue an ERPO and relinquish his firearms, the lives lost at Club Q could have been prevented. We need to change the gun culture in America. The Second Amendment does not trump the ability of citizens to go to a club, school, work, the grocery store, a movie theater, a house of worship, a parade, to vote, to live life in our country. We all deserve the right not to be killed doing any daily activities. In the Declaration of Independence, we are all granted the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We cannot live these fundamental rights every day if we are fearful of being shot to death. If more guns make us safer, the US would be the safest country in the world. We are not. We are being killed at a rate of 110 lives lost to gun violence every day and over 200 wounded. These aren't just mass shootings. These are suicides, city gun violence, unintentional shootings, all of it. 110 per day. We do not need to live like this, and we do not need to die like this. So please take action and vote in favor of all of the proposed firearm ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Nope, we're not doing clapping on either side. So Denny.
Hi, my name is Jenny Ewalt, and I live in the Pinnacle North subdivision. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I am a pediatric speech language pathologist in Broomfield, a small business owner of a speech therapy practice, and mother to 2 wonderful children. Additionally, I am a lifelong gun owner. I view the value for the safety of children to be paramount to the health of our society. I have read through your gun ordinances. Also, as a health science specialist of more than 16 years, I've looked closely at the collected facts and data around gun safety and that exist and predominantly do not exist to guide my opinions on what quality, thoughtful governmental intervention could look like in our community. As I hinted before, the data that exists is paltry at best. As it was stated in the RAND Corporation study that was presented regarding their meta-analysis to the study session on November 1st, there are major shortcomings in the contributions that science has made to this topic. They did, however, discover 3 areas that showed legislation to be supportive of the intended goal. 2 of these were related to the goal of child safety. Specifically, child access prevention laws were shown to reduce suicides and accidental injury and death in children in a statistically significant level. We can significantly reduce or even prevent accidental injury or death to children simply by educating our community in an effective manner. This does not require legislation at the municipal level. The legislation already exists at the state level through the Safe Storage of Firearms Law. Our city and county can have a big impact simply by championing this information and by creating an informative handout through HHS or partnering with other organizations such as BECC that pediatricians, daycares, and teachers can print and share with parents. At every well child visit with my children's pediatrician, I have always been given a handout with milestones, parenting tips, and safety tips to protect my children from common risks. For example, wearing a helmet while they ride a bike. Never once did my handout include information on how to keep my children safe from gun accidents and how to have conversations with friends who may have guns in their home. A handout should include a reminder of the state law regarding safe storage, provide examples of how this can be done, and perhaps include a few conversation starters regarding gun storage for parents to use. A well child handout like this could do so much more in promoting the actual safety of children without having to pass any of the ordinances discussed tonight. I will finish by returning to my initial comment on the lack of data around gun violence and legislation. Broomfield should do better. It should do better at disseminating information to their community, and it should be better at data collection. We should want to be the positive role model, the trailblazer, the smart kid that other towns can copy from. We must establish a data collection plan with the city and county departments to actually track the facts of gun use, violence, and accidents, including the effectiveness of already existing legislation. We all have a painful new appreciation for what a lack of usable data can lead to in governmental decision-making. Let's be the role model and identify the data that needs to be collected and tracked moving forward so we can know if and when new legislation would be able to make a positive impact in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next 3 are Mary Kay Pierce, Kyle Wester, and Joanne Dolan. You want to go back? Go ahead and you can speak now then, since you were at the top in your best. I'm going back to Mike Bryan, who was number 2, and he passed at the time. Then, hold on one second. Then we'll go to Mary Kay, Kyle, and Joanne.
I appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you very much. Just real quick, I live 3rd Avenue Drive over by Nativity Church. I grew up in a time where gun safety and gun education was actually taught in the schools. back in the early 80s, in the late 70s. It was taught in the schools, and I agree with some of the things that you're saying, but not majority of them. Education is a must with gun safety, knowing what they can do. Teaching children and even adults now that don't have it is epic to the problems that we have. And the concealed carry that you're restricting the potential Broomfield residents from doing goes back to the bystanders that have intervened in these mass shootings and are able to eliminate the problems before more deaths and lives are lost. And I believe that is epic in our Second Amendment rights guaranteed to us by this country that I fought in the Marine Corps for during the first Gulf War. And I won't give that up. And if I have to still do it, I will still do it. And I think that Broomfield limiting the capacity to do that, to protect my family and my neighbors that are here with me as well, is detrimental to our society. But most and foremost, the education is what needs to be established back in my mind in the schools again. Teach the kids when they're young. Help them to understand what guns can do, what there should be involved for hunting and fishing, or hunting and self-protection. And that's where I stand on this, and that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan, and thank you for your service. So we'll go on to Mary Kay Pierce.
Hello, my name is Mary Kay Pierce. I live in the Outlook. Next year, I will have been living there for 30 years. Can't believe it, but and I've lived in Colorado since the 70s. So I've been here through all of the changes that we've seen. I'm not a survivor of any kind of gun violence, but I've been here so we're all kind of survivors. My nieces and nephews went to Columbine, so being here through that, I remember the trauma of going through that. I am in support of all your ordinances. I don't know if I already said that. But I feel like we've all suffered through all of it. And I think that we just need to be an example and set these regulations and go forward with it. And I'm really in support. I'm so thankful that you guys have thought this through and come up with these ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Wester.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kyle Wester, and I'm the owner of Broomfield Pawn FFL. The proposed 10-day waiting period and proof of training will have a direct negative impact on my business. At the last meeting, City Attorney Nancy Rogers made it clear that Broomfield residents can just take their business outside of Broomfield to purchase or transfer a firearm. The Cabela's store, like others have said, 0.8 of a mile outside of the Broomfield County line. The closest FFL from my store being 1.5 miles to the south in Westminster. How does this make any sense? Why drive the tax revenue in my business out of Broomfield? Citizens will just take their business elsewhere and then return to Broomfield County with their newly purchased firearms. If Ordinance D 2192 was passed at the state level, all businesses would be equally affected. Equally affected. There are 3 FFLs, as I could find, in Broomfield County. 2 of those are large corporate outfits with hundreds of stores. I am Broomfield small business. Myself, my grandfather, my brother, and our families, 19 years. Nearly all of my customers are already firearms owners. That's who we cater to, or people that want a garden rake or something, it's really everybody. I process private party transfers for law-abiding citizens who want to follow the law. How would adding one more firearm to their collection cause harm? as to the 10-day waiting period. These people have lots of guns, tons, hundreds. Criminals do not follow these laws. They will do their own transfers with each other. They're not going to come to me to do a transfer. If Ordinance D 2192 is passed, our Broomfield customers will just follow us to the mini gun shows outside of Broomfield County. They'll just bring the guns back. As Nancy said last study session, requiring a retired Broomfield police officer to take a firearm safety course after they have served our community is ridiculous. You've retired 11 years ago. You're going to have to go back and take a firearm safety course. Also, this ordinance implies as well that my 80-year-old grandfather, a Vietnam veteran, will need a firearm safety course because he was honorably discharged more than 10 years ago. Of course.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Sorry.
That's okay.
You took an oath to uphold the Constitution. Please do not break that oath. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Joanne Dolan.
Hi, I'm Joanne Dolan. I lived in Red Leaf. I've been in Colorado since 1999. I've been in Broomfield since 2006. And I'm here tonight just to lend support to you guys in support of passing stronger local gun ordinances. And I want to start by saying that I'm not anti-gun. My family had weapons growing up. I have friends and family members who actively hunt and frequent shooting ranges. My husband's former Air Force reserves and still serves the Air Force in a civilian capacity today. Definitely not anti-gun. What I am is pro-sensible gun control. And I think that the ordinances that you guys have proposed are sensible. And I heard some really great ideas tonight from people who were persuading to me on why they don't fully make sense. But I think when you pass a law, you're never going to pass something that serves 100% of the people in a population. The goal is to meet the greatest common denominator. And I think right now, the greatest common denominator is that gun violence is a huge issue in our country. Guns have a time and a place. They should be respected, useful tools for specific needs. They should never be considered everyday items or accessories. I'm lately disturbed by the recent glorification and glamorization, and I'm not saying that that came from anybody here tonight, just in general. Glamorization of gun ownership being promoted under the guise of Second Amendment preservation. Right now, a lot of people are against any gun laws because they see it as a pro-gun versus anti-gun issue, and I think it's more complicated than that. By passing common sense gun laws that we're presented with tonight, we're not only attempting to reduce gun violence and suicides, we're reestablishing acceptable firearm norms because we have gotten away from those. Contending with our desensitization to guns and gun violence for our children is another advantage, and making a statement about what we're okay with in our communities. By prohibiting open carry, we make a statement that guns are not accessories. It won't fix everything. We're making a statement. By prohibiting concealed carrying in spaces where our existing laws easily allow us to do so, we're making people think twice about when and where they carry, combating the normalization of weapons in public spaces. By requiring 10-day waiting periods, we allow cooler heads to prevail and suicidal thoughts to hopefully find comfort instead. By establishing a minimum age of 21, we're sending a message to our upcoming generations that owning a weapon requires maturity, that they're not everyday items, toys, or part of a video game. Much like we have done with establishing age norms for music, movies, pornography, and alcohol. And yes, I acknowledge that those are not protected amendments. And so I'll also add that increasing the age to 21, we're also statistically reducing the likelihood of school gun incidents, which have by and large been carried out by those under 21. According to 2020 data compilation by Statista, and K through 12 shootings by shooters by age from 1970 to 1920, 843 of 904 incidents, 93% were under 21. The incidences of shootings by age rapidly begin to increase at age 13 at 49 incidents. They peak at age 17 with 175 incidents. They start to decrease at 18 with 106 incidents, and that number drastically tapers off.
Ms. Dolan, can you please wrap up your
Yes,
comments?
ma'am.
Your time expired.
Regulating the possession of unserialized firearms to combat ghost guns just makes sense, especially if you're concerned about crime. We don't need more unregulated firearms out and about. And finally, banning the sale and possession of rapid fire trigger accessories reduces the enormity of tragedy when all else fails, because it will.
All right, your time has
Thank you.
expired. Thank you. We're going to go back to our resident on the phone, and next up is Kathleen. Kathleen, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. City Council, am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Thank you. Sorry, I've never done this. Please hear me when I tell you this action you are considering is not the answer or fix to the issue of crime. Everywhere there is strict control laws and no gun zones, there is the continued and many times escalating crime rate. Thank you, Adam, for your comments. A known fact, numbers do not lie. This truth exists in this country and many others. To keep violent crimes with guns at a minimum, the answer is being tough on crime and the criminals who choose to be involved in that manner. In no way does it work to disarm the honest, law-abiding citizen. Penalizing the honest due to the criminals is discrimination at best and wrong according to the Constitution of our country. Surely logic and common sense should be used when you base your causes on not on knee-jerk responses to an appalling situation allowed to flourish due to liberal, ineffective punishment of the guilty. Multiple offenders clearly need to be removed from polite society. Putting us all at risk for the sake of a select few will not work, has never worked, and the goal for safety is not attained. There are so many areas for City Council to concern themselves and improve our lives here in Broomfield without wasting taxpayer money on frivolous, unwinnable topics. Please hear this. Let us get this thing tough on crime as opposed to being soft on crime and putting a bunch of more laws that are undefendable on the books. We have enough laws. They're there. It can happen, but nobody is defending them. Please support the law enforcement and getting tough on crime. I also support the guy who said about education. I also, in the 7th grade in public school in Colorado, had a gun safety course. It helped immeasurably make it clear what exactly guns are all about. Now, instead of running like crazy and being hysterical, let's get real. Let's get tough on crime and stop this mess. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. That was really great. Okay, so next, sorry, no clapping. We have to go back to our in-person comments. Chris Church and David Manley are next. And you both have 3 minutes.
Council, my name is Chris Church. I'm in the 3rd Ward. I actually spent a lot of time today going over what was printed. And there were several items under the concealed.
That's okay. Continue, sir. Somebody's watch went off.
Oh, okay.
Or radio.
All right.
We're good.
But anyway, there's a lot of open-ended items here. I went to Broomfield 9-72-001, where it's discussing what a firearm is. And it's talking about, under the basic description, there's all kinds of stuff that are not there, such as a black powder firearm. Those don't require serial numbers. Where I'm going with this, does that mean you're attempting to have all those items added? because it's pretty vague and ambiguous on that issue. As far as the open carry issue, I saw in the bullet points, they were not quite the same as what was written. Okay, so where it's basically states Broomfield owned and operated spaces. Now that's, it needs more, I believe you're seeking to put it as far as buildings, but there's a lot more space as far as this city, including the roadways. So under what you're saying right here tells me that even though if I had a concealed permit, I technically couldn't carry a firearm on the road. Something to think about. My point with a lot of this is that it's still a lot of vague and ambiguous stuff. I mean, we can't just throw a big boilerplate and a big blanket over this. I mean, if you're going to be descriptive on a certain level. This stuff's indefendable at this point. And then as far as the 10-day waiting period and the education, I read that. I'm a military contractor. I don't qualify to buy a firearm in this town. A concealed carry permit person who's a legal law-abiding citizen as approved by the city of Broomfield. You're saying that I'm not qualified. So there's a lot of vague and ambiguous items here. So it sure needs a lot more definition before, this can even go forward at this point. I'm just not the guy that's like, well, we kind of mean this. No, either you mean this or you don't mean this. It's that simple. I mean, you would hold me to that line. So I expect this city council to do that also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Manley.
Hi, my name is Dave Manley. I live in Eagle Trace. Lived here more than 40 years. On October 28th, I wrote council an email that included specific legal bullet points. Those were all provided to me by my nephew. He happened to be the lead attorney on the case in the Colorado Supreme Court of legal concealed carry on the University of Colorado campuses, and he won that case. So it came from a very scholarly source, and I believe it really should be read and looked at. My main argument at this point is not along the law, though. It is that there are already lawsuits in place in all of the cities around us. If you go ahead and approve these ordinances tonight, you will be added to those cases, and you will be incurring additional legal costs that the city of Broomfield residents shouldn't have to bear. You can wait to see what happens with those cases. Table these issues tonight if you don't decline them, but at least table them and wait to see what happens with the other cases. That will give you the legal precedent of exactly where you are going to be, and then you can make a valid decision. So I encourage you to either decline or table these tonight.
Thank you. So now we're going to the next section. And you guys, the other reason why we just have one person speak at a time is we have a lot of folks listening online and watching, and they can't hear if there's background noise. So just to be fair to those folks that are trying to listen online and on the phone, let's try to keep that excitement to a minimum. Our next group is going to be the 2-minute group, and we'll start with Cindy David, Carl Honegger, and Robert B. That's okay. You probably had 3 minutes prepared, so you're gonna have to go and fast forward.
No, I'm reading fast. I'm not making eye contact because I didn't know how much time I would have. Mayor Pro Tem, Council, thank you for hearing me tonight. I already sent an email with my comments on each of the ordinances. I want to point out, I work in IT and with a problem resolution team, 3 problem resolution teams. So our job is to really dive into the data, not take data at this level. We get to the data at this level. We find the problem, and then we define find a solution for that problem. And we test that and make sure that that's good. And I don't feel like we've done that here. I've listened several times to the data that's been presented. I've asked for more detailed information specifically so that I could decide whether I could support or not what we're trying to do. And I've yet received that. So I think we need to get to the root cause analysis and design solutions that we have higher confidence level will meet those. I suggest we look at taking a different approach. I suggest we step back from this and we really work together. Thank you, Councilman Hinkle, for having a conversation with me the other day. I feel like that's more of what we need to do. This process is very frustrating from a citizen's perspective. We get to come up and talk, and then the last word is by council, and there's no give and take. And so I would suggest that we look at putting together a cross-sectional group of citizens, of city people, and apparently there's a Amber Alert.
So sorry, Cindy.
So I would like us to consider putting together some kind of committee, public, private, cross citizens, cross law enforcement, cross council members.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on one second, Cindy. We'll add some time. It's too distracting.
Can we tell by the network who's getting the faster ones?
All my devices went off. So sorry. Okay, let's get, okay, we're gonna add some more time back because it was hard. Can you maybe back up a little? Just, no, I mean, with your comments, because it was, I'm so sorry.
It's been a long day.
I know.
It's been a really long day.
What? Right after the IT comment.
Okay, so
Okay.
I would like to propose that we look at some kind of public-private working group. Let's get council members that are passionate about this. Let's get citizens on both sides of this issue together, and let's bring them to the table and let's start taking one issue at a time. All these ordinances are about preventing gun violence, preventing suicide, all of these different type of things. Let's take one at a time. Let's dig in, get to the bottom of it, come up with a solution, and let's do it together instead of fighting each other. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Carl Honegger, Robert B. is after you.
Good evening, Mayor Castrota and council members. My name is Carl Honegger and I live in Broomfield in the Westlake Village neighborhood. It used to be illegal in Colorado to possess such a bag of mushrooms, but voters in Colorado voted to make it legal this November. I brought some visual aids. While these are not magic mushrooms, we can pretend. I don't think it's the job of the police to lock people up over mushrooms. Here's an ad from Sportsman's for a Ruger 22. I was thinking about getting one for Christmas for my 11-year-old daughter. They're fun for shooting prairie dogs. Here is a rapid fire trigger activator for that rifle. It makes it easier to shoot at prairie dogs or defend against coyotes. This is an 80% receiver. Drilling it out turns this piece of aluminum into a ghost gun. But each one of you will have the opportunity to vote to threaten me with up to 364 days of jail for the possession of these items. A few hours ago, I was picking up my kids from their enrichment school and was talking with Officer Kulaga off duty as his kids are in classes with mine. Jail time would mean I could talk to Officer Kulaga as that's where he works. Why did council not take an anonymous survey of the police officers who serve our county? It's because you want to serve the Moms Demand Action Group while ignoring the fact that you are asking the Broomfield Police to enforce these rules. If you truly care about safety, you can volunteer to teach firearm safety, but instead you will use your time tonight to pretend to understand firearms and firearm laws, thinking all you need is Attorney Nancy Rogers saying you can get away with passing these laws. You're not letting the voters vote on these laws because they are not popular. Do you serve the citizens of Broomfield? Or are you willing to threaten me with jail time to please your Moms Demand Action fans? When council wanted to allow backyard chickens, they first asked the voters. I paid for a license because I don't have a constitutional right to backyard chickens. I do have a constitutional right to possess a firearm regardless of whether it has a serial number, or if I have a rapid fire trigger attached to it. Yet you want to threaten me with jail time over these because I'm a resident of Broomfield instead of living 2 minutes away in Westminster. Please serve the residents of Broomfield and not the Moms Demand Action fans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Robert B.
Good evening. I'm a resident in Willow Park and responsible for a business in the industrial area in Broomfield. I applaud council's effort and their motives in their actions. However, I believe that this is a Band-Aid at addressing the problem instead of addressing it at its source and really fixing the issue. One of the examples that I'll give is multi-capacity magazines are illegal, yet at many of the mass shootings, they're still using guns with the multi-round capacity magazines. And so the law did no good at protecting those people. By the same token, in visiting Walsenburg, Colorado, going to the grocery store, we saw a lot of people with open carry. And it's hard for me to imagine that at Club Q, if half of the people in there were open carrying, that the suspect would have entered the facility with the initiative of the mass shooting if he knew so many people were armed. By the same token, here in Broomfield, many nights as being responsible for the business, I'm leaving late at night. And with the mass number of homeless people that camp out in that area, many of them often on drugs, it's very precarious to walk out by yourself late at night in the dark without having some kind of protection readily available. And so I think we need to look at the source of these issues, like has been said many times, and address it at the source rather than trying to Band-Aid it.
Thank you. So we are at 8 o'clock and we usually take a 10-minute break, but we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more folks for the 2-minute group, which would be about 14 more minutes. If council's okay, we'll get through that and then take our break at 8:15. Everybody okay? Well, let's continue. Next, we have Alan Bodine and Robert on the phone and David Clemens. Please step up. And take your time as much as you need. Of course.
Good evening, council members, mayor. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Alan Bodine. I live in Broomfield First Filing. And I would like to just comment on these ordinances. A lot of wonderful people have taken the time to say the things that they wanted to say. You didn't start my time. I am also a Marine Corps vet, suffered a spinal cord injury about 5.5 years ago. I worked at the Broomfield Post Office for 25 years before I was forced into retirement. So I have a lot of love for Broomfield. And I would hate to see these ordinances pass for the mere fact that they don't address the problems that plague our society. Criminals are not held responsible for their actions, yet you want to place, and I guess I should say politicians want to place restrictions on what law-abiding citizens can do, but they don't put the same restrictions on criminals. They've talked about the number of deaths in Colorado and talk about how we've had a number of percentage points of increase in deaths, suicides. But what they don't relay to you is the correct information. And some of that information is merely the fact that California places 45th in percentage increases in gun violence, but they also have a population of 40 million, where Colorado has 5 million, and they don't take that percentage correctly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for your service. Next, we have Robert on the phone. So Robert, you're next and you have 3 minutes. We're at the 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. In particular, I'm going to focus on Ordinance 2189, the exemption. And I'll read to you the military exemption that's in there. A member of the United States Armed Forces or Colorado National Guard when engaged in their official duties. This has to do with the purchase age being raised to 21. I cannot imagine there's ever going to be a circumstance when a member of our armed forces or National Guard is going to walk into a Broomfield gun shop while they're engaged in their official duties to purchase a firearm. It doesn't make sense. What I would ask that you consider is that you recognize that our armed forces are some of the most extensively trained, well-trained people regarding firearms. And I would encourage you to change that exemption to any active duty military, because part of their job is the handling and training and care for and safety with weapons. Similarly, Ordinance 2192, you have a competency and education requirement. I look through those, and frankly, I think we ought to respect the men and women in serving in our military, again, by recognizing their expertise and training with firearms, and have active duty substitute for the competency and education requirement. I know that your city attorney mentioned very briefly at the beginning that this package of laws is part of a regional effort. Frankly, I find that offensive. Firearms laws used to be a matter of statewide concern only. They are now a matter of statewide concern and local concern. That is not a regional effort. We need Broomfield council members to make good decisions for the city and county of Broomfield. And frankly, as I look through each of these laws, I really question whether or not any of them would make any difference in any of the recent mass shootings. So if you're going to pass these laws, particularly 2189 and 2192, I would respectfully request that you respect our active duty military and exempt them or add exemptions that are appropriate for active duty. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to our in-person residents, and we have David Clemens, Michael Martin, and Gina Bodine. Aww.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for hearing my comments. First, as one of the previous gentlemen said, I'd like to commend you for paring down what I felt were some of the most onerous ordinances previously. So I think you've gone a long way. I feel like I was heard in the previous two meetings. Be that as it may, if those ordinances, particularly the concealed carry in public places, were to come back, then I'll be back. But until then, I just have two comments. 2192, the competency requirement there. Many people like myself have been shooting since they were children, and my concealed carry permit is over 20 years old. I don't think you've taken me into consideration. People like myself, maybe some further grandfathering in that clause would be something you might consider. I wish everyone was a gun owner like myself. All my firearms are at home under lock and key, push button safe. Maybe if you were to require first-time gun owners to buy a gun safe or something like that, I would support that. And many of my friends would not, but I think gun safety is paramount in importance. But I am opposed to 2192 as it's written. 2189 also, shotguns and rifles for people 18 to 20. I looked at the statistics online. just a little while ago, a tiny fraction of murders are committed with those weapons, and an even tinier fraction with people 18 to 21. So I don't see any reason for limiting all firearm sales, people under the age of 21. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael Martin.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Name is Michael Martin, 4th Ward, Attorney Registration number 29515. I appeared before you at the last session. Might have mentioned I was raised in Idaho, and I was taught to remove my hat out of respect for legislative bodies. I did that despite side effect of my illness being craniofacial perspiration that is outright humiliating at times. But I did so out of a sign of respect. And Mayor, I do tip my hat to you tonight with my thanks for the respect you showed me. But I realized in general that respect was not reciprocated. As I watched videos that were taken by others in the audience, I was stunned to see that many on this council did not even bother to listen, speaking amongst themselves. It seemed like there was a visceral contempt, not only for what your constituents were saying, but the Constitution itself. As such, respect should be reciprocated. And I hope you understand I'm keeping my hat on. I truly cannot conceive of why public servants sworn to uphold the law and the Constitution are going through with these ordinances. You know, identical laws have been enjoined and are being struck down across the nation. Recent Supreme Court jurisprudence is crystal clear. What you propose is legally unethical, unconstitutional, and unsupportable. This is the last professional courtesy I am going to extend. I believe you've been erroneously advised that you cannot be sued. That is advice of such quality and tenor that it cost Aurora $13 million and a lovely young African-American man his life. It's wrong, it's improper, and that's why I urge you, consult with your own private counsel about 42 USC 1983. The purpose of that law is to hold those who knowingly violate our rights accountable. You have been told Rocky Mountain gun owners will sue the city and county. That will happen. My client has allowed me to tell you he intends to sue the city and you individually if you vote on these ordinances. I am ethically, legally, and morally bound to vigorously represent my clients. Coming after Broomfield, your individual assets, I don't want to do that. I live here. I care for you, but I care more about the Constitution. What is being done here is unconscionable. Why any council would proceed with 4 cities and counties in lawsuits already enjoined by Democratic federal judges as being unconstitutional is an issue beyond my comprehension. Rest assured, we'll discuss that in depositions, and your constituents need to know. You must not do what you are doing. I am asking you, please. There is no virtue in these ordinances. What you're doing is wrong.
Wrap up your comments.
So
your time is
I
expired.
implore you, I truly do, exercise prudence. I've already spent over $6,000 worth of time and effort in my law firm just to come give you fair warning. That's all you're going to get. I hope I don't see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Heather. Oh,
Dina.
sorry, if I may really quickly. Heather did say if you pass the ordinance on competency, think about counting coyote kills. That's all she had to say.
I love
Thank you.
Heather. Thank you. Gina Bodine, you're next. And you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I am Gina Bodine and I live in First Filing. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, thank you for your time this evening. Allow me to preface my comments by stating how extremely disappointed I am that the city and county of Broomfield is considering passing these ordinances. Bottom line, the city and county of Broomfield seems to be taking steps to make it harder for upstanding, law-abiding citizens of this beautiful town to protect themselves and those we care about. Yes, there's been tragedy after tragedy trending every day in our media forums. We hear it all the time. But as a retired law enforcement officer of 24 years, 12 years as a family crimes detective here in a local community, I am here to tell you that criminals will still be criminals. And they don't care one whit about following the law or getting caught violating our ordinances. It's simply their cost of doing business as a criminal. Also, people determined to cause harm to themselves or others will find a way to do so, no matter what laws we make or don't. A 10-day waiting period may possibly save a life. They may just wait 10 days if they're able to legally buy a gun after those 10 days and do what they need to do. We can't guarantee that that is going to save lives. Why are we not actively addressing the issue of mental and behavioral health, not necessarily mental illness, but just our health that is at the base of many violent tragedies? It's a travesty that a person desperately in need of immediate mental health intervention cannot obtain it because our system is so backlogged. I took some time looking on our city website, trying to find what we're doing for mental health, and there is a place there. We have a training coming up. I've never heard about it. Apparently, we can go online and find the community-initiated care that we are supposed to be able to sign up for. And there's going to be classes this spring, this summer. Why are we not hearing about that? Why did I have to dig deep into our human services website to find that? We're addressing the wrong issue here. We need to reach out to our community that needs help instead of imposing laws on them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kevin Lavernway, or they could have written it wrong, and then Luana on the phone. So next, Kevin, I hope I didn't say it wrong. Okay, you can correct it.
I too brought a prop.
Okay.
This,
Okay.
excuse me, Kevin Lavarnoy,
Uh,
Broomfield Heights.
Thank you.
This is a piece of the former Berlin Wall. It's hard for me to believe, but 4 decades ago, I was in a combat unit in the front lines in the fight against totalitarianism across Eastern Europe and other parts of the world. I like to think of this as my little piece of history because I was there when the wall fell. I was there when Germany was unified, and I was there when World War II officially ended. Today, though, I am disgusted by the fact that I'm having to stand here and plead with other Americans to not pass laws that have no real purpose, but to undermine the very principles I fought to defend. These laws that you are intending to pass are vague, arbitrary, and as the city attorney pointed out in the last meeting, easily circumvented. So I have to ask, why are you doing this? None of these laws address the real problem and instead are at best nothing but virtue signaling to those that want to undermine and gut our Constitution. US Code 1983 states in part, and I will try to do this quickly, every person who under color of any statute, ordinance, regulation, custom, or usage of any state or territory of the District of Columbia subjects or causes to be subjected any citizen of the United States or other persons within the jurisdiction thereof to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution and laws shall be liable to the party injured in any action at law, suit in equity, or other proper proceedings for redress. You have been told by a lawyer that you will be held to account personally.
I just read to you that statute or a part of that statute. So bear in mind, and I'm going to wrap this up, bear in mind that you fit this definition. If you pass these laws, you will be personally held to account. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to our last caller on the phone, and it's Luana. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Luana
Two-
Fletcher
I'm such a creature of habit. It's 2 minutes, Luana. But obviously I'm giving people
That's
grace periods.
Thank you very much. I first want to just open up by saying these are feel-good ordinances that will not protect us at all. Colorado is now the top state for stolen vehicles. Woohoo! If the gang or bad guys steal those vehicles. I'm a person of statistics, and I had an uncle, his weapon of choice was pills. He planned it over years and years. 10 days wouldn't have helped him. And he had guns, the guns wouldn't have saved him either. Suicide is not a good thing, no matter what. But these people, a lot of people, plan for multiple days, weeks, months, and years. And nothing we can do besides helping them in the right way will help them. I would like to know the number of suicides by guns versus knives, hangings, suicide by cop. I think we need to look and be honest about gun stats. We have to be truthful, and we have to know if it was a gang versus a legal gun owner, a bad guy versus a CCW gun owner. Oh, and I did look that one up. Couldn't find a single CCW gun owner that ever committed a mass murder, multiple homicides, anywhere. Personally, I would like to have as many CCW carry owners around me as possible. Any place, anywhere, anytime. That's it for me. I sure hope that you guys vote no on all of this, because these are just feel-good ordinances that will not protect us in any way, shape, or form. It is a violation of everything, and it's a grab of power. Thank you now.
Thank you. All right, well, that wraps up our second batch. We still have quite a few people signed up for the third round as time permits. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess so we can take a little break, and we'll come back and resume with public comment. So thank you all so much for your civility and patience, and we will get to you. Welcome back, everyone. And we will resume our public comment on the gun ordinances. We're now in the third group of people who signed up to speak, and you'll have 1.5 minutes to speak per our rules. There's quite a few people, and we've got about 15 minutes left in public comment. So try to stick to your 1.5 minutes so we can get in as many people as possible. The next 3 people are Derek Chirac, Dave Walden, and Craig Anderson. Derek is first.
Thank you for having me. My name is Derek Chirac. I live essentially across the street in Northmore Estates. A lot of my points have been met tonight already. Do not agree with any of these ordinances. Some of the words I keep hearing, or at least the sense of it I get, are fear from one side, anger from another. The points of safety on one side, constitutionality on the other. I think safety is subjective. I feel very safe around guns. Others don't. Constitutionality, unfortunately, for some, it is definite. You cannot change it. Some of the other points I'd like to make briefly. A gun without a person is simply a piece of metal and plastic. It requires someone to engage the trigger in order to fire. Guns are not dangerous without people. Another point I'd like to make, cars can be dangerous. Do we require car dealerships to put up signs that cars are dangerous? What about liquor stores and alcoholism? Dispensaries, drug addiction, grocery stores, obesity points. According to the training 2192, somehow my CCW permit does not allow me to qualify for the training, which requires photos, prints, training, yet simply engaging in a shooting competition does qualify. I don't understand that. Another point that I'm surprised no one's brought up yet is that we are voting on laws that have not been defined in its entirety with the fiscal responsibility to your constituents. The cost to the taxpayer, we don't know. If you want to mandate the metal detectors, I count 20 buildings at the Broomfield Wastewater Treatment Center, according to the numbers and estimates you've provided, at $250,000, roughly speaking. Per one entrance per building, that's $5 million annually to staff. The metal detectors does not include installation, maintenance, replacement of those metal detectors.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sharp, your time has expired. Here's what I'm going to recommend, because I know a lot of people prepared 3-minute statements. This is first reading. There will be a second reading. So if you didn't have time to make all of your remarks, email them to us, because we do read everything and it all goes into the public record. So if you'd like to wrap up finalize your sentiments, thank you.
According to other meetings, it sounds like we're already being sued by Arvada, the city, county of Jefferson County, for the pullout of the tollway. We have not accounted for future litigation, lawsuits, costs, court fees, loss of tax revenues from businesses relocating the new laws, the implementation of new laws, the enforcement of the new laws, signage, metal detectors, residents relocating to other gun-friendly areas, as well as regulating and enforcing the training certificate providers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dave Walden.
Mayor, council, staff, and fellow citizens who largely don't qualify for any of those exemptions that were cited. Our founders bequeathed to us, all of us, everyone in this room, individually, a set of rights. Freedom of speech, assembly, religion, privacy, due process. They're for each and every one of us to protect us. Now, protect us from who or what? Well, I would say, without making it personal, to protect us from you and you and you. We don't need protection. Just like every society before us, we have police and fire and courts and lawyers and judges They protect us. What we have to fear and what we need protection from is when one of us becomes one of you. I urge you to respect, as you've heard many times tonight, the Constitution and what it did or attempted to do for each and every one of us, especially you, and you. Thank you.
Thank you. Craig Anderson.
Good evening, Craig Anderson. I live in Brandywine. From a young age, I educated my friends on gun safety. 26 years in the military, I educated people on gun safety constantly. Even prevented some of my own soldiers from killing themselves or others due to training accidents by mixing live ammunition and blank ammunition with disastrous results. We had a little training session after that. Throughout my career, I've done that. I still do that with all my defense contractors that I work with and the military I work with on a daily basis. I challenge you. What you come up with here is a feel-good thing. How about we go forward and say, Broomfield, we educate our populace, both sides are here to represent it. Get a bipartisan group, come up with education and start in the schools. Children, adults, everybody, education. And Colorado says, maybe Broomfield's striking it right and going to the point of the matter, which is education, talk to people, get people talking, where Bobby and Jill say, I'm not sure if math's quite right. Maybe we ought to talk to somebody else about math. Get everybody involved, get the people involved and change perceptions, change attitudes, and change the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Gwen Randfleisch, Mindy Haps, and Leland Frank.
Thank you, Broomfield Councilman, for listening to all of your constituents here today and what we have to say. I am also asking you to turn down these ordinances. I think we have heard a lot of people here today on both sides that make some very good points. And I think we're largely in the middle on this. I think everybody is kind of interested in reducing the gun violence, but I don't think your ordinances are going to help. I think that these are toothless and they're not going to achieve the goal that we are all looking for. We've heard some of the moms talking about if the laws were stronger, then maybe this could have been prevented. Maybe that would have been a better result. We've heard about maybe these ordinances will send a message. I don't think we should be wasting time with these maybes and these ifs. I think we should have some actionable things that are going to provide results. And as far as data collection, I think that is where we need to be looking. I think we already have a lot of data available to us. Historically, there have been points about mass shooters, commonalities between them, early childhood trauma, identical crisis points, studying the actions of other shooters. 80% of school shooters have obtained guns from their family members. All of those are actionable points that we could take real and meaningful steps about addressing. There has been new research that has found more commonalities between these shooters. We're now looking at age and sex and race and broken families as being commonalities in our mass shooters. So if we could get behind this and start doing something to address these issues, then we wouldn't have to be striking a useless blow at every single American with more ordinances that make many people criminals that don't need to be in that category.
Thank you. Mindy Haps is next, or Leland Frank. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak. I feel somewhat disappointed in myself. I have not been participative at all, like ever. So sorry. So I would like to also figure out, and this might have been for more of the general comments, how these are designed to be more effective for the normal populace who isn't, say, engaged on this. I feel like I'm not inept, but I felt inept when I was searching for the minutes, searching for the data. I was going to third-party sites that have opinions all over the place. So if there's a way that you could structure it to be more palatable to the average Joe, that would be, I think, immensely helpful, and also probably allude to maybe some of the repetitive comments that you guys are probably heard 3,000 times. And that's my big thing, is I don't feel as a citizen the ability to educate, to represent myself effectively to you all, to post a proper opinion, because I'm going off of data that's aged from the first reading or the study notes. So if there's a way to try to structure that going forward, I think would be hugely important, especially for core issues such as these. So that's my main thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kathleen Kakarowski, Jaron Parker, and Scott Henkel. Kathleen's first, then Jaron, and then Scott.
I'm Kathleen Kikowski, and I live in Ward 2. And I was here at a previous hearing, and I wrote comments, and my people in red shirts have stood up here and done the data tonight, and I'm not going to go through that. I just want to say that Moms Demand Action has become the largest grassroots gun safety prevention group in this nation. And we stand here with lots of data and lots of commitment for changing culture for the better, whatever that means. But for the better, I think most people see it as a safe, providing a more safe culture than most of us experience day to day in this day and time. So I just want to say that I think lots of issues have come up here tonight, but most of all, I want to say that I respect the amount of time that the city council, our voted representatives, have spent thinking about this and living this question about what to do to update the fire codes for the city of Broomfield, for the entire citizens, all of the citizens that live here and wish to have this place be their home, their safe home for their children, their grandchildren, and their relatives. So let us gather together with some of the ideas that were put forth here tonight about how we can work together, how we can listen to one another, how we can be advocates for one another in difficult times, and not get into, are the firearm codes down to the code going to create a different environment? Try something new. We need new and new days ahead for this place to be safe and for us to be the shining light to show what can work for other communities and throughout our state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Jaron Parker. You still have Jaron? If not, after Jaron is Scott Henkel. Oh, are you Jaron? Oh, no, I can't. People get up, I think they're going to the podium. Okay, Scott Henkel, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor, council members and staff for the time. My name is Scott Henkel. I live in Ward 5, McKay Landing. I'm a combat veteran of Afghanistan, and despite my familiar last name, a registered Republican and active gun owner. I want to take a moment to applaud our mayor, our council, and staff for leading the state again when leading is hard. I'd also like to thank this leadership body and staff for taking in feedback from residents on this very important piece of legislation. What we're reading today is very different from the first draft, and I thank you for your responsiveness. I'm by no means a firearms expert. I'm just a middle-aged product manager in the cybersecurity business, AKA nerd. But I am someone who can look for common ground to build consensus upon. After listening to active and former law enforcement, firearm instructors, fellow enthusiasts, and firearm activists, I believe this legislation achieves that common ground, with one exception that I'll get to at the end. We all agree that gun violence is unacceptable and our current policies aren't working. We can all agree that mental health is a component of gun violence, and we need to put our money where our mouth is to make a difference in Broomfield. And if 2020 taught us anything, we agree that Broomfield businesses are savvy and responsive to changing conditions. Carry art margaritas, anyone? So my time's short, so I just want to highlight two ordinances that I fully support. First is Ordinance 2192, requiring that 10-day waiting period. First, a 10-day waiting period is common sense. It places a reasonable barrier in case someone is experiencing a mental health episode and is committed to a crime in the heat of a moment. I waited 3 months to get ammunition for my 9mm. I can wait 10 days. Second, I completed my concealed carry training and certification at Shoot Indoors in Broomfield a few years ago. I can't recommend those guys enough. If you ever intend to carry or just are more curious, they're awesome. It was some of the best training I've had since the military. And our instructor even admitted it wasn't enough training for the burden we carry up as a concealed carry license. Putting a second training program to teach things like firearm safety and safe storage just makes sense. Not everyone grew up in the middle of the sticks in PA like I did, learning how about firearms as a child. And the biggest source of illegal firearms comes from vehicle break-ins.
Mr. Hinkle, can you finish your final thought, please?
Sure. Last thing I'd like to cover is concealed carry within the city and county of Broomfield. I really think that if the county trusts me with a concealed carry, that I should be able to carry on grounds. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, after Scott, John Cunningham, Kurt Hoffman, and Tom Worker Braddock.
John Cunningham, Aspen Creek. I had a whole bunch of stuff to talk about, but everybody has pretty much covered it that are against the 9192. I'm also a concealed carry permit holder. I'm also a Vietnam veteran. I'm a Vietnam combat veteran, which makes it a little bit different than just a veteran. And not all military people are proficient with firearms. I don't care what anybody here says. I was an infantry officer. I fired every weapon at the infantry arsenal. But yet I can't get this permit because I haven't had a training certificate. Now I look at this, before I remember, item number E, the certificate requiring Colorado law enforcement agency to have qualification. I know some folks have talked about it, but for me, I'm not a police officer. That's so insulting. I can't believe that anyone that expects these guys to do anything for you would put that in there. In addition to that, I look at all these requirements under the training certificate. Really, really good. As far as I'm concerned, all they are is feel-good comments. There's not one area in this whole thing that requires someone to actually have shot the firearm. You've got stipulations that they can load it and they can unload it and they can do this and they can do that. What good does that do if they don't know how to fire the damn thing? In addition to that, I'm a 1946 guy. So I grew up with duck and cover and all that kind of stuff. Went to high school, in West Virginia. Okay, people will make comments about that, I'm sure. But you know what, guys? In 1960, we used to take our rifles to school, put them in the locker. You didn't even have well, I guess we might have had locks on them, but that was no big deal. After school, we go hunting or we go shooting. Now, I'd like to ask you and everyone in here, what the hell is the difference between 1960s and 2022 when everyone had a gun in my town? That was, you just assumed it. So there's something else going on here besides these feel-good things that don't really do anything, especially if you're not even required to know how to shoot the weapon when you get it. And there was one other thing. I'm concerned about the enforcement of all this, since your own policy here in the council is not allow people in here with advertisements for their causes. Yet you don't enforce that. So something that simple that you put up with, and if I came in here with an NRA sign, I bet my ass would be out of here.
No, it's okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Kurt Hoffman and then Tom Worker Braddock.
Well, thank you. My name's Kurt Hoffman, I live in Broomfield Heights. I've lived in 3 different parts of Broomfield for just over 30 years. Seen a lot of changes. I got to tell you, this is nuts. This is nuts. You guys are feeling good. This isn't Boulder. It's not City of Boulder, not Boulder County. And you've already been told, slow down, see what happens. These guys are already getting sued. We spend enough money, our taxes, we're tired of spending money on taxes. This is going to cost us something, and you guys don't even know what it's going to cost us. If you want to put money in something, why don't you put it in mental health department? Somebody made a comment about mental health. Hey, I had to look through it. This little bitty spot in the website. Why don't you help our law enforcement? These guys are retiring, put some money behind them, support them. If you got a problem, somebody breaks into your house at 2 a.m, you dial 911. What do you think that guy's going to wait? 3 minutes, 7 minutes, maybe 10 minutes? You don't know where they're at, what's going to happen. I think you ought to slow this down a little bit, see what happens to these other cities that spending all this money. I mean, you've already been told. David Manley said something. The gentleman was up here, attorney, and he's up here almost telling you what he's going to do down the road. Doesn't make sense. You got to slow this thing down. There might be something you can do that would be good, but it's feel good. It's feel good. It's feel good. You got to stop this. We're tired of it. We vote for you guys. William, you know what we do. I've talked to you different times. It's like, just spend our money wisely. Don't make stupid decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Worker Braddock.
Tom Worker Braddock, Ward 5. I first want to acknowledge the 5 people that were killed in Colorado Springs, 22 people injured, as well as the 6 people that were killed in Virginia. I moved to Broomfield in '94. I was in Broomfield High watching the live events on Columbine. So I'm very aware of the impacts that guns and tragedies can have. And I say that in light of I'm against Ordinance 2194 because of those tragedies that I just mentioned and many other tragedies, preventing legally permitted concealed carry holders and not allowing them to carry their weapons inside buildings that don't have any other hardening doesn't really do anything except make people feel good. On a daily basis, I'm going with my family to the Mamie Dowd Library, picking up kids from swim practice at Paul Durda, or borrowing a ramp from the Senior Services Center at the community center. And in each of those instances, I don't feel like I should have to, make a decision between engaging in the services that I support and pay in as a Broomfield resident and as a Broomfield taxpayer versus doing something that makes me feel safe. Conversely, it's because of all those tragedies that I mentioned that we have a lot of people that feel like they are compelled to go through the pretty burdensome process of applying for a concealed carry permit, and they don't take that responsibility lightly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Roxy Jewell, Melissa Masoni, and Kevin LaRusso. Try to keep it to 1.5 minutes. It's a short time. I'm sorry.
Roxy Jewell Lackamore. SB 21-256 was pushed through in June of 2021 during COVID. The local government must think that the Broomfield residents are a bunch of sheep just to follow behind them if they vote all of this in. This is ridiculous that this is happening. And on top of it, I've gone to every one of these meetings, and the CCOB Police Department hasn't ever even brought up any of their opinions on the subject at all, which I think they should be up here and stating whether they really want the extra burden and think that this is even a good thing for you to even be considering. And on top of it, people already brought up about the amount of money that taxpayers in city and county of Broomfield are going to have to pay for all of this is way over the estimated $300,000 a year. But then again, we can just go get some bonds and pay for that and keep making our money go thinner and thinner. Our town is in the point where we cannot grow no more. So once all the new growth and the businesses are set in, we're at wherever our money is going to be. So just keep making rules and regulations, spending more money, and we'll all be just fine.
Thank you. Next is Melissa Masoni.
Hi, I'm not going to be redundant. I know a lot of these have been touched. I've attended every meeting with an open heart and an open mind. And I've spoken and I've also emailed, so I won't touch on the specific ordinances. I'm begging you all to take a step back from this and dig. I'm begging you to truly dig. Do your due diligence on what is going to elicit action and change from our young to our old. Let us all work together. Gun violence affects us all. Among many, I have great concern on a very large piece of this topic that hasn't been answered and briefly discussed in any of these study sessions to the council or the public. We need to understand how this will affect us as a community financially. Like any well-educated decision, we should be voting on for approval. We should be prepared as to how that affects us all on every level, especially financially. I understand the other hot topic ordinances were dropped or severely modified, so it would be possible to fast track these through until the existing lawsuits are over. I've asked for the quantifiable numbers with no avail, and it continues to be swept under the rug. Back in September, I was truly saddened when I witnessed a sigh of relief by council when you were informed by Nancy Rogers that your legal counsel fees only would be covered by your insurance policy, like two of our other surrounding counties. Your in-house staff is already preparing for the inevitable lawsuits, but we would be responsible for a deductible and all other costs. Not once was data provided or presented to council or the public on just how much money the four other counties thus far have already spent fighting the lawsuits and what that might look like for the taxpayers, presently or in the future. We know this battle can drag on for years. That's no secret. Let me remind you of what a measly $250,000 out-of-pocket deductible every year looks like, not to mention the admitted and estimated hundreds of thousands, if not millions, it will pass on to the taxpayers. Imagine putting that into programs, into our school districts. Jason Volling, our public health director, has already said there is no funding, none. There's no research. Imagine what this can do
Ms.
while
Masoni, can
upholding
you
our constitutional
please
rights.
finalize your
Thank
thoughts?
you.
Oh, go. That was it? Okay, thank you.
And I would love to see, and I'm sure the public would, what our other counties have spent in lawsuits. So it will affect us when every penny matters, every family across every ward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that, next we have Kevin LaRusso, and Ms. Masoni was the last of the Broomfield residents that signed up. So at the time we're remaining, we'll let it go with whoever else we can fit.
Awesome. Perfect. Well, hello, my name is Kevin LaRusso. I'm the grassroots activism coordinator for Rocky Mountain Gun Owners, the only grassroots group in this room, because as we all know, Moms Demand Action is almost entirely funded by Michael Bloomberg, just as an aside. I'm here today to let you guys know that if you do choose to pursue these various ordinances, we will, of course, be adding you to the list of cities we are already suing. Just to give you a little bit as constituents of an idea of how much money this is going to cost you out of pocket, our advisors, our attorneys are telling us around $750,000 per year per lawsuit. Now, I wonder if that $750,000 would probably be better spent making sure that the police employment shortcomings that are currently affecting this town are better managed. By the way, police that can only ever be where they were needed, not where they are needed. Your protection is basically up in the air in the hopes and prayers that your fellow citizens aren't going to behave like the monsters your city council believes you to be. Because remember, this is all in response to monstrous actions by individuals. And their response to that is to tell you, all of you are the potential monsters. Therefore, we need to do whatever we can to make sure you don't get guns, because we don't know which one of you is the monster. Heaven forbid we use that $750,000 to fund actual mental health campaigns that could actually help our citizens. No, what we're here to do is virtue signal, waste your taxpayer dollars on frivolous lawsuits because it makes us feel good. And at the end of the day, it accomplishes nothing. So I implore you as a city council, of course, you're going to ignore every plea that has taken place from your constituents today. I implore you to use better judgment, wait and see the final terms of these lawsuits, because you've already been warned. And I know I've got to wrap up here, so I'm going to ask a show of hands. Who here is exempt from 42 US Code 1983? That's a rhetorical question. The only person in the room is that lady over there. So I just want you guys to know you are liable. You will be held accountable, and we will make sure every one of your constituents knows just how much money you wasted on frivolous ordinances. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So how much time do we have left? We're out. Oh, pardon? Okay, so we've reached our 90-minute limit, and all of the Broomfield residents that signed up were able to speak. So for all of you who did show up or sign up, I'm so grateful that you came. And if you want to send us an email to council@broomfieldcitycouncil.org, it goes to all of council and myself. And there will be a second reading. So this is just the first reading tonight. There'll be another opportunity for a public hearing and more comment. And again, thank you for your patience as we gave everybody a chance as much as we could. And now we're going to go back to deciding on the ordinances. But thank you for your civility and your thoughtful comments and giving us a lot to think about. I really appreciate all of you. I'm not even clapping for me. Is there anyone else? Okay, so here we go. Now we're going to move on to questions from City Council. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for this or against this item is later. We'll start with council member questions. Who would like to go first? Councilmember Marsh Holscher.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank everybody for coming and speaking tonight. This is obviously a passionate issue for everybody. So we do take into consideration what you say and the emails that we get on the subject. I do have some opinions on these obviously, which we'll all address later. I just have one question for Nancy. Could you go into the liability issue under section 1983 that has been brought up, please?
Yes, and yes. And for those who've watched before, I struggle because I am the attorney for the city and county of Broomfield. So I say this without divulging any attorney-client privilege information. So I'll try to make this as factual as possible. I actually don't have immunity as an attorney. Council members do. In your legislative capacity, just like state or federal legislators, there's something called absolute legislative immunity. And there is a Supreme Court case called Bogan versus Scott Harris. For the attorneys and the gentleman who mentioned this issue, that site is 523 US 44. Members of a city council, like legislators, have absolute immunity from personal liability when acting in their legislative capacity. When officials are threatened with personal liability for acts taken pursuant to official duties, they may well be induced to act with an excess of caution. So that's a quote from that case. So there is absolute immunity for council. I do also want to touch on the other immunity part. There was a statement about there's no longer qualified immunity in Colorado. There isn't under state claims, but qualified immunity still exists for federal constitutional claims filed in federal court.
Thank you. Mayor, I will have some more comments later, but that will fall into the comment section. So I'm done with questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from council? Councilmember Lim?
Yes, many of the resident comments dealt with the resources that the city has for mental health issues. And I was wondering if Public Health Director Balling would be willing to address that.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. Jason Mulling, Director of Public Health. And I do want to first acknowledge that this is a very complex issue. That when we're talking about how do you potentially address gun violence, and I've said this multiple times, it takes a multifactorial approach. So there's no one single solution of how we do this. And speaking specifically of that, when you look at the tip of the iceberg, we're looking at those firearm related deaths. As you start to dive down deeper, you look at what are some of the behaviors associated with that, whether it be from a violent crime, from a homicide, or from suicide. And then you dive down deeper and understand that in specific communities, you have structural issues that contribute to that, the safety of the community that a lot of our residents have brought up. Specifically to mental health, Broomfield is employing a comprehensive behavioral health improvement plan. We're doing quite a bit. So with our residents, I do want to emphasize the fact that we rely on the expertise of a advisory committee that's comprised of behavioral health providers, our health system providers, our city and county leadership, our school districts, impacted residents of mental health to figure out what are those best solutions. But then we also look at what's the data and the evidence behind those solutions. So truly having data-driven approaches, not just ideas that we think may work. So what we're employing and implementing right now are things that do work. When we look at the actual funding that's received, we have our current funding that's coming to us through the city council, but we have additional funding sources that will be coming forward through our retail marijuana tax funds and also from our opioid settlement funds. And so all of those will go towards supporting mental health and behavioral health specifically. So I do want to say there is a lot going on in the city and county of Broomfield and funding dedicated to it. But obviously with every complex solution, we could always ask for more funding, right? And that's the challenge, is that we're doing what we can do with the funding that we have available. As we continue to grow in this area, we might identify additional initiatives and funding that is needed and come back to council with those requests. So I hope that answers the question.
I had a specific question on the one ordinance, on ordinance 2194. I think, yeah, section 972-035A. I looked back at the study session draft, and there was a phrase added at the end that it's now in the first reading, as far as I can tell. The phrase added at the end was as determined by the city and county manager or his or her designee. And that was not in the study session draft. So could you offer some information as to why that was added?
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. This is on the provision that would say, and it gives me a chance to clarify another point from public comment. It's unlawful for a person to carry a concealed firearm in any city-owned or leased building where signs are posted. So the intention is facilities and buildings, not all spaces, not roadways. The addition of making it clear that the operational decision for deciding where a sign would be posted lies with the city and county manager. It actually already did, even without that statement, because of our city manager form of government. She has operational responsibility, but we thought this would be helpful to clarify that it's got to be the city manager or her designee that says, we're going to put them on the GDC building, or we're going to put them on the doors of the BCC. So that's why that was added.
So the city manager will have discretion then as to what buildings will and will not have, what public city buildings will have
Yes, yes, that was,
that sign posted?
I apologize. Yes, that after the discussion at study session and working within the staff group, the operational need for maybe posting a sign could change. Like we might, like many of our neighboring communities, they might have a restriction just during council meetings when there's legislative action taking place, but maybe not during all times for this building. So it was to allow that flexibility that we heard from council that they didn't want an absolute concealed carry ban throughout the building, throughout all buildings and facilities.
Okay, so you're saying there could be discretion used to decide there would be a ban during council meeting, but this room is used for board meetings at times too.
Yes.
So that discretion could be used to distinguish what the functional use of the area is at the time.
It could be, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I want to thank our staff for responding to many questions that I submitted prior to this meeting, which was super helpful. And all that information is in the public folder. You don't have time to go through all those questions now. I just want to hit on a couple of these that someone raised the question of the legality of airsoft guns. And I would appreciate if our attorney could go over where the airsoft guns fall in the current regulations, proposed regulations.
Yes. So our current code right now, it's not part of the changes, defines firearm, defines gas gun, and defines gas or mechanically operated gun. A gas gun is a gun that literally shoots gas. That's what's going forward into the world. A gas or mechanically operated gun is one that has gas as the mechanism that helps it fire or move a projectile. Gas guns, tear gas guns, are part of the illegal weapons in our current code. Gas or mechanically operated guns are not considered an illegal weapon. They are permitted in Broomfield. However, in our current code, and there are other municipalities that regulate these type of guns, there are restrictions. It is unlawful to discharge those right now, today in Broomfield. It is lawful to have a gas or mechanically operated gun at your own property or at your business property or where you have ownership of the property owner. So I just want to be clear, airsofts, which would be a gas or mechanically operated gun, are not considered an illegal weapon. This ordinance does not change what's in the current code.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And another question here, someone asked about the black powder firearms, and would those fall under antique firearms? Or where would those firearms go?
I'll have to get back to you on that question. I know we have people in the conference room that were trying to keep track of questions and get responses. So we'll get back to you on that specific one later in the meeting.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question about, this was also in the questions I submitted ahead of time, was regarding the private security guards. And I wonder if you could just go over, and just so the public's aware, there are some amendments that some of us will be proposing tonight, and some of the discussion will occur there. But just a discussion of the private security guards, and if there's any recommendation from staff as to, should we keep the, okay, so private security guards, or like in the responses, the City and County of Broomfield does not hire any private security guards. And so would it be appropriate to consider removal of the private security guards from the exceptions under, is it better to talk about that later or?
No, it's fine to talk about it now.
I've got my, it was in, which ordinance was that in? It was in two of the ordinances.
It's in 2193, which is the prohibited open carry, and the 2194, the concealed carry.
Okay, so on the open carry, and the answer was that we currently do not have any businesses that hire private security guards currently in Broomfield, but would it be appropriate when they're in their official duties, and that would be to allow them, that exception was to allow them to be on the property around the facility that they are hired to protect. Is that, would the intention would still be there to keep, it'd be logical to keep that in there, correct?
Yes, and let me clarify a statement. Broomfield businesses do use private security. Got Broomfield businesses, Broomfield churches, a lot of different organizations use private security guards. One of the things that we were not able to find during our sort of research and outreach was if any, consider a jewelry store where they have a uniformed security guard wearing a belt, open carry, so that people will see there's an armed security guard. We know that happens in the Denver metro area. We couldn't find a business that did an open carry armed security guard. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Broomfield doesn't closely regulate security guards. So staff drafted the ordinance with that exception in because it was really hard for us to determine what the unintended consequence would be if we didn't provide that exception for businesses that utilize private security.
Okay, and then the same question. Okay, so ordinance 2194, there's also the exception for private security guards in their official duties. And that was only, that would be the concealed carry prohibition on in specific areas of Broomfield property. So is it still necessary to have the private security guards in that in 2194 from, I know this is on
The
fly,
application,
but-
and that's up to council. It's drafted with that exemption, but as I mentioned during the presentation, the application of that exemption, now that the concealed carry ordinance is strictly limited to just Broomfield property, it is very limited. We're really not seeing private security guards coming onto Broomfield property while operating as private security guards.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's all my questions. I know there'll be more questions as we go into more detail. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I do want to thank everyone coming out here tonight. This has been at least very helpful for me hearing, both sides of this issue and everyone's opinion. So, and it does make a difference when you come out and state your thoughts and your beliefs. So I do appreciate that. I only had two questions. One was just addressed by Councilmember Anderson. It definitely got my attention early on. The comment about Nerf guns potentially being illegal in Broomfield. Just want to clarify that again. Nerf guns, I have like about 20 of them in my house, maybe more, or BB guns. There's nothing in our current laws or proposal that makes those illegal to own, shoot, use in Broomfield. Oh, she's
Nerf
pausing.
guns, no.
Okay.
Nerf guns, no. But BB guns are considered a gas or mechanically operated gun. And in code today, it's in our current code that those are actually unlawful to discharge in Broomfield.
And that was the same as the airsoft as well.
That would be an airsoft as well.
Okay, and paintball, I'm assuming it too.
It could be. And I encourage everybody to look at the ordinance, and they're online. There are exceptions for target shooting, for when you're on your own property. So there are exceptions that could apply for certain types of uses. But that is something that exists today and has not been an issue that we've seen as far as enforcement.
Okay, it's not being addressed in any of the one way or the other in the proposed ordinance tonight. Okay. The only thing that caught my attention too was is in the open carry one, 2193. And I saw one of the exceptions was for I guess people on their own property or with the permission of the owner of a property. So I was wondering, does that allow a business establishment to allow open carry on their property?
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, which ordinance were you talking
2193,
about?
there's the open carry one
On the open carry and the exemption?
for either
For-
persons on their own property or for if they have the permission of the owner of the property.
Yes, that would, it's not limited to residential property. It would apply to any type of property as long as you had permission by the owner.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was listening to some previous Tennessee governors recently, and they were talking about the idea of, listen to others because you never know what you're going to learn. And I think, I've really taken that during my time on council. I write down every name that is either in front of us or when I meet with them privately, I take notes on what they say. detailed notes so that I can always go back and remind myself, who did I have that conversation with? What did they say? And what were those details? I listened to what you're saying, and we've had some people that have questioned that, but I just wanted to put that on the record that I do listen to what you all say. The landscape, on laws concerning guns have changed in recent months. There's a lot of movement here, whether in the courts, whether in the Supreme Court, whether in the district courts, and especially with the Safer Communities Act, which was a bipartisan bill that was just signed into law by the Biden administration, which was the first meaningful step in 25 years. So there is a lot of movement, and a lot of these conversations that we've had about these ordinance thus far have changed. So I wanted to put that out there before I ask some of the questions. One of the questions I have is, what are the lawsuits with Superior and Boulder County, and what ordinances are those lawsuits targeting?
Thank you, Councilmember Schaaf. Locally, there are 4 local government ordinances. There's also a lawsuit, local government lawsuits. There's also a lawsuit against the state. The 4 local government ordinance lawsuits against Boulder County, Superior, Louisville, and City of Boulder involve their assault weapon bans and their large capacity magazine bans.
So just to clarify, none of those lawsuits or those lawsuits don't target any of the ordinances that we're seeing tonight.
Those lawsuits do not.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And perhaps this is legal advice, and so you might not be able to answer right now. But recently, we saw the California age limits for people under 21 years old to purchase an assault weapon. That was struck down by the 9th District Court. How is that law different from our ordinance 2189?
I don't know if I can, standing here, tell you specifically how that law is different, but that was a clear reversal of that law on age restrictions for California by the 9th. But I'd have to go back and look at point by point to see how it's similar or not. And I don't know, you want to go on recollection. We'll pull that one up for you as well.
Okay, thank you.
And that 9th Circuit ruling, I mean, well, I can acknowledge, and as many people have alluded, there's a lot of lawsuits going on right now post-Bruin across the nation. And there's some differing opinions that are coming down from our lower federal courts. And actually, now that they're getting to the circuit courts, we're seeing some different type of logic coming out of the cases. We're monitoring all those cases, but that 9th Circuit case would not be binding on a Colorado municipality.
Okay. Thanks. The 10-day waiting period in education, how difficult would this be to enforce for just first-time buyers as opposed to all buyers with those obvious exemptions taken out? So just first-time gun purchasers.
From Broomfield staff, from Broomfield officers, we don't keep a list of who already owns a gun. So an officer would not know if you're a first-time buyer or a long-time gun owner. It's against state law for us to keep a registry of gun owners. So objectively, from staff's perspective, there really isn't a difference, if that helps.
Okay, but it would be up to the business themselves to note that.
It would be. And then you also asked about enforcement. This would be complaint based. There's not an intention to do audits or to do sting operations. It would be when somebody noticed or wanted to report or whistleblow or a buyer might have noticed it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick clarification to follow up on what Councilmember Lim was asking in regard to 2194. It's the one ordinance I have some question about. Could you clarify basically before and after what this specifically changes from what's current status?
Yes, I can. Councilmember Cohen, this is 2193 on open carry.
2194.
2194. Thank you. My apologies. So to clarify what this changes, right now, Broomfield does not prohibit concealed carry anywhere. This prohibits concealed carry in Broomfield-owned facility and buildings when determined by the city manager, and we post signs. So it's a brand new prohibition.
Could the city manager do that currently without this ordinance?
No. It would not be,
I mean, as the building administrator, I believe she could put up a sign and say concealed carry not allowed in this building or whatever building she chooses, right?
I'm going to get back to you
Okay.
on that. There is a state law
Right.
that, and previously you could only restrict concealed carry when you had certain security measures and signs posted. I think the way the city and county of Broomfield operates, it would be a little odd for her to do that without effectuating ordinance, but let me give that some more thought.
You don't think she has that power at the moment without this ordinance, in other words?
I'm going to hold off on
I'll be
responding to that.
patient. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all.
But I mean, what's giving me pause, and not to acknowledge that outburst, because Mayor, I know you're trying to keep decorum. We are a government building. So we do, there is a different layer here.
I mean, private owners can just do whatever they choose.
Yes.
The-
Private non-governmental owners, yeah, for
Non-governmental.
sure.
And the law regarding governmental buildings is not as clear.
Well, we have to take into account the Second Amendment and the Colorado Constitution, the constitutional amendment on gun rights as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? No more questions. Last call. You're waiting for discussion. Okay. Then next is council's consideration of each ordinance. We will address each ordinance in the order.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Oh, yeah.
I was just trying to check my notes to see if there was anything. We have an answer on the
Oh,
black powder question. So if I can invite Ms. Teeman up.
Yes, thank you.
So it's my understanding that well, first let me note the way that we define an antique firearm in the code is we cite to federal law. The definition under federal law from the citation says that an antique firearm is any firearm, including any firearm with a matchlock, flintlock, percussion cap, or similar type of ignition system. So that's one piece, right? And it's my understanding that the black powder would fall into one of those, that list, okay? But then there's a second piece, manufactured in or before 1898. And so the black powder would, if also manufactured before that date. Does that answer the question?
Oh, yes, it does.
Okay, great.
Can I ask a question?
It's not really that kind of format. The public comment part has passed.
Feel free to email council.
Yes, the email, and we do have a second reading, so we can get to your questions in the normal format. So the email again is council@broomfieldcitycouncil.org, and it's on the website as well. Thank you. All right, last call for questions again. Any other answers coming? We're good. You can interrupt at any time too if you get info.
I was just going to say, I will follow up with Councilmember Cohen on his specific question, and when we'll clarify that on second reading.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead, Councilmember Anderson.
So I do have a follow-up question to the black powder of firearm question. So at this point in time, I don't have more questions, but we have an opportunity, correct, Ms. Rogers, between the first and second reading, that if we were to find an exception that we should add, that we could make a amendment.
Yes.
Based upon new information.
Yes.
So definitely email council. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, then next is council's consideration of each ordinance. We'll address each ordinance in the order they are on the agenda. First is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2188 on first reading, and that is the banning of the sale and possession of rapid fire trigger activators, just so everybody's keeping track. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2188 by title?
Ordinance number 2188, amending chapter 9-72 of the Broomfield Municipal Code to ban the sale and possession of rapid fire trigger activators. First reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
I move that ordinance number 2188 be adopted
On first reading, there's more.
on
Do you have
first
the-
reading and
You have the whole thing and
Let me pull
ordered
it up.
published in full. You want to read my thing?
all right. Yeah, ordinance number 2188 be adopted on the first reading and order published in full, and that a public hearing and second and final reading on ordinance number 2188 be scheduled for January 10th, 2023.
Perfect. Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Shah?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Any discussion on 2188? All right. Oh, I got a hand. Okay. Councilmember.
I wasn't going
Marshall.
to make comment on this one, but I'll just, this is kind of an overarching comment, but it applies well here. Again, I want to thank everybody for coming, and this is a very difficult issue that everybody is, I mean, we all share the same goal of preventing gun violence. And the Second Amendment has come up a lot, and I understand that. But something to keep in mind, that there is no right that the exercise of is unlimited. The government is authorized to, the Supreme Court, the courts have authorized limitations on all sorts of rights, free speech. I mean, the classic, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. So what we're looking at here is trying to find reasonable regulations that help to prevent harm. And that's what our job is. We have longstanding have, on this one particularly, longstanding banned machine guns in this country. This rapid fire trigger one is just a reasonable, in my opinion, extension of that. I'm going to read something real quick, just because it falls well. We're in here. This is Justice Scalia, a friend of the Second Amendment, in the Heller decision. He wrote, like most rights, the Second Amendment right is not unlimited. It is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever and for whatever purpose. For example, concealed weapons prohibitions have been upheld under the amendment or state analogies. The court's opinion should not be taken to cast doubt on longstanding prohibitions on the possession of firearms by felons and the mentally ill, or laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places such as schools and government buildings, or laws imposing conditions and qualifications on the commercial sale of arms. We just want to reiterate, we are not trying to take away anybody's guns. I mean, that's not our goal. That's not our job. But it is our job to protect the health and safety of our community, and that's what we're trying to do. So this one particularly I support because it is a reasonable extension, in my opinion, on the longstanding ban on machine guns. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, we'll move to vote on this ordinance. I'm sorry. Did I miss you? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Cohen.
I'm just going to follow up on Councilmember Marshall, since we're taking comments in general. I was keeping track of the number of times people said this was toothless and wouldn't make a difference. And in some way, that's a valid argument. They are timid by comparison to what other countries have enacted in terms of gun ownership and gun safety. If you look at places like Australia, they had one mass shooting, did a massive gun law that removed automatic weapons, and they haven't had a mass shooting since. So another example is we don't have a registry of gun owners. There never will be one, but the state knows whenever I buy Robitussin. So we make choices on what we want to take strong action on and not. And so I just wanted to follow up to what Councilmember Marsh-Holson's saying, that none of these are disarming measures. They aren't particularly strong in light of the amount of violence that we occur in this country. And I know we've heard a number of statistics, but the one that sticks out to me is that women are 28 times more likely to die by gun homicide in this country. And women are by far the most victims of gun violence. And there is a lot more we could do if we really wanted to get serious about changing the curve changing the data, the statistics of gun violence in this country. So I do think we need to put those in context, that this isn't disarming. These are efforts that may not necessarily always be successful to somehow curb the rate of gun violence that we're seeing in our community, and hopefully will prevent more gun violence in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll move forward to the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2189 on first reading. And this is to increase the age to purchase a firearm to 21. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2189 by title?
Ordinance number 2189, amending chapter 9-72 of the Broomfield Code to increase the age to purchase a firearm to 21. First reading.
Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
I move that ordinance number 2189 be adopted on the first reading and ordered published in full, and that a public hearing and second and final reading on ordinance number 2189 be scheduled for January 10th, 2023.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Leslie.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I want to, I guess generally my comments, following up on my colleagues are, this topic in general gives me some heartburn. I mean, I have a bit of a libertarian streak in me, so I have a trouble with this topic. And having said that, some of the things I think that we're addressing today are small steps, as you heard. I don't think they're real. They're not going to make a big difference, I don't think, one way or the other on either side of this topic. This one has bugged me just a bit. On one hand, I know kids that are 17, 18, and the thought of them having guns kind of scares me. But on the other hand, I am compelled by the arguments that 18-year-olds can serve in the armed forces. So I see that we do have an exception, but as I think what was mentioned by one comment, the exception really doesn't make much sense, because I don't see how someone in the armed forces is going to be buying a gun in their official duties. So I think going forward, and I will support this today, but I think on second reading, what I would like to have a discussion on, and maybe an amendment, would be to allow an exception for those between the ages of 18 and 21 who just do serve in the armed forces, or who are active police officers. I guess I don't know if we have any police officers that are in that age range, but I feel like if they're able to possess and use a gun in their job, then they should be allowed to, I guess, purchase a shotgun if they wanted to. So not going to make any, I think we're too late for amendments tonight, but it's something I think I'm going to propose going forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I just want to state right now that I will be voting against this ordinance. And this has to do with the fact that 18 to 20-year-olds cannot purchase a handgun. This is strictly for rifles and like long guns. And this is not an area where an 18 to 20-year-old is going to go out to buy this weapon, firearm to commit suicide, and also highly not likely to be used in any of the statistics that we have seen. So I just feel like we're taking away the right of our 18 to 20-year-olds to do legal activities such as hunting. And so without really making a difference on the desire to reduce gun violence. So hopefully we can amend it to some, I'm not sure it can be amended to still allow our 18 to 20-year-olds to purchase a rifle for those legal activities. So I will be opposed to this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So there are some of these ordinances that, well, I would say that many decisions, and probably a good number of them, I struggle with all the way until I get here at the dais and usually the moment at which I vote. And this is one of those ordinances that I've continued to go back and forth on numerous times. I continue to read about this. I continue to pour through information. And when we first started this conversation, I really said that, you know, my main focus going into this conversation is to reduce gun deaths. And I'm really trying to say that intentionally. And 95% of those deaths are suicide or murders. And so when we start to look at that, you know, high numbers of suicides, that is my main objective, is to really hone in on that and start to affect that. And Broomfield City Council years ago established a community priority around mental health. And we've done a lot of work and we've done a lot of programs. We still have more to do in that realm, but I believe that we've done a lot there. And so that has been my main goal. You know, when we first proposed this ordinance, I really did feel that this was going to affect us, but the data is not showing that it is going to have as dramatically as an effect as what I hoped. And that was my hope. But the data just doesn't support that it's going to have as much of an impact when we're looking at suicides on this one. And primarily because a lot of those suicides are taking place with someone else's guns, with handguns, and it's not taking place with rifles. Those mass shootings that are committed by 18 to 21-year-olds that do involve assault rifles, that is one area. And I asked this question earlier around the California law banning 18 to 21-year-olds the ability to purchase assault weapons. And that was a very surgical and intentional law. However, that's been overturned by the 9th District Court of Appeals and is going to be appealed again. At least that's what it looks like. So at this point, I think that we have more work to do in this area. I think that this is one of those areas that you know, we as a state have more work to do, and we as a federal government have more work to do. I think this is one of those that I would like to table at this point and not move forward tonight, because I do believe that we have some more work to do in this area to really understand how we can be intentional about this and how we can better understand how this solves the problem. So I'm going to be a no tonight, but this is one that I definitely want to continue to work on.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall-Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank, like I said, we do listen to what you're saying, and several of the comments tonight have been questions or concerns about different exemptions. And this is one of those ones that I believe warrants a little bit further looking at. I agree with Councilmember Trzynski that we should probably be looking at a military exemption for this one. I am going to support it tonight, but I definitely would probably support an amendment on that regards at second reading. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this ordinance? No. All right. Will the clerk please read proposed? Oh, we already did that. Sorry. No amendments. Seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward with the vote on ordinance number 2189. All in favor? Opposed? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson,
No.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jazirski, Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Linstead,
Yes.
Marshall-Olson,
Yes.
Schaff,
No.
Ward.
Yes.
That passes 8-2. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2190 on first reading. 2190 is regulating the possession of non-serialized firearms. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2190 by title?
Ordinance number 2190, amending chapter 9-72 of the Broomfield Municipal Code to regulate the possession of non-serialized firearms, first reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward. He's got his memos open.
I move that ordinance number 2190 be adopted on the first reading and ordered published in full, and that a public hearing and second and final reading on ordinance number 2190 be scheduled for January 10th, 2023.
Thank you. And is there a second? It's real easy. Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Councilmember Marshall-Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. This is one of the ordinances I actually have a problem with. Not necessarily for what it does, but what it doesn't do. I support local control on a whole host of issues. This is one of those issues that I do not support local control. These are issues that, as has been brought up many times tonight, should be handled at the state level. And part of the problem with this one is we have the authority to require the serialization of these ghost guns, for want of a better term, but we don't have the ability to require background checks on the guns if they decide to put a serial number on them. If they build it and then put a serial number on it, we can't make them get a background check. And to me, that's the whole point of the ghost gun ban, is to make sure that felons, the violent, the mentally ill, those people who should not have guns, that the society has determined should not have guns, don't have guns. So if we won't let somebody buy a gun who's a violent felon, they shouldn't be able to build one either out of a kit or whatever. And so the state has allowed us to ban them, but we can't require the background check if they build one. So that's my issue with this. I'm going to vote for it, but this is one of many areas where I believe the state should be acting. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. Is this the appropriate time to suggest an amendment to this?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if Ms. Rogers has the proposed language for an amendment, this is simply to clarify, it clarifies just a little bit on the process of adding the serial number.
So Jake or Kyle, could you pull up slide 2? Or sorry, hold on. Let me make sure I get the
Slide
right
2.
slide. Actually, it is slide 4 on the slide deck I shared with you. And council initiated. Thanks. Yes, thanks. Thank you.
So the proposed amendment would be just to add the text in red to clarify as a federal firearms licensee. I should that the engraved or cast metal on the frame receiver by a federal firearm licensee or by a maker on their own privately made firearm, a PMF, as defined by federal regulation, or by markings and then in the regular text, the existing text. So I'd like to propose that amendment just to help clarify the process of serialization.
Will take us a moment. Of course, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to have our attorney, Ms. Rogers, just explain the effect of that, the amendment. Those who can't read or comprehend fast. Like myself.
Sorry.
No, in talking with Councilmember Anderson and Councilmember Anderson, please jump in because I don't want to speak out of turn. It was, she had requested that we add guidance on how people can comply with the ordinance within the ordinance. And I told her I had a concern with that because we usually don't provide compliance guidance. We don't put it in the code. So then in talking to her, functionally, I don't believe this changes what we proposed, but this is clarifying language that would tell a resident in Broomfield that you have to have a serial number from a federal firearm licensee. Or if you're a maker of your own PMF, you can put the serial number or any marking that is appropriate under federal regulations.
Anybody have any questions? Are there questions on this amendment? Well, then Councilmember Anderson. Oh, I didn't see you. I'm
Second.
sorry.
Did we get a second on the motion?
No, I was getting ready to ask for that.
I apologize, Mayor.
That's all right. I'm still taking questions. Councilmember Marshall.
Sorry, just a question just popped into my head. I had asked previously about the ability to do background checks on PMFs. Do we have the ability to prohibit them completely in Broomfield? Yeah. Since we can't require background checks, can we prohibit them outright?
I think as as we're talking about complete bans of anything that has a connection to firearms that could potentially be protected by the Second Amendment, there is risk if you're looking at a complete ban.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me. All right, so Councilmember Anderson has made a motion for an amendment. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Leslie?
Now, would you please repeat the amendment proposal?
Oh, yeah, it's on the screen.
Oh, okay, it's in the red. Okay,
Yeah, it's in
good,
the
thank you.
red.
Good, thank you.
Take a moment. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just wanted one clarification on this amendment and this ordinance. If someone does currently own a non-serialized firearm, can they go ahead and etch a serial number on there and make it legal?
Only if they're a maker of a privately made firearm, which
Okay.
is, so it might not apply to their specific unserialized firearm.
Okay, so if they've made their own firearm, they can go ahead and do that retroactively.
If it met the definition of a PMF under the federal regulations, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Leslie?
Just curious, again, Ms. Rogers, about parts. I mean, one of the issues that comes up a lot in this subject are parts of a potential gun. How does that play out in this?
And thank you for that question, Councilmember Leslie. That was actually one of the changes staff made from the study session. If you'll recall, we used to have a provision that talked about parts that could be readily converted to a firearm. We received feedback from Mr. Ewalt, who spoke this evening, had discussions internally about how to enforce on that, and just decided the focus would be better if we just talked about firearms as those are defined in the code.
I have a question. What is it, is it specific? What do you mean by maker? Is anybody a maker, or are you talking about a specific type of gun manufacturer?
It is. Maker is a term that's defined in the US code related to firearms.
Okay, so it's a specific definition.
There, yes, and it's a term utilized in the US code and in ATF regulations.
It just doesn't seem clear to me. It just sounds like you can be a maker. Anybody can be a maker and then put their serial number on. That's what it reads like. I mean,
I understand that, and I
Okay.
guess my thought would be then you shouldn't support the ordinance, or you can
No.
suggest an amendment.
to the amendment. Okay, good. So I'm glad I'm not the only one that saw that.
But I
too.
do want to say that the reason maker was included was because of the use of that term in US code and in ATF regulations, that this isn't like a maker at Invent HQ or on the HGTV shows. This is a firearm term.
Mhm.
So that's why
Okay.
the reference to the federal regulation is in there, but if council does not like this wording, that is fine. I am not personally offended.
No, it's definitely just more for clarification and people understanding what this actually means,
Mhm.
because I didn't. But now I kind of do. Thank you. All right, so we have any other discussion on this amendment? So we're voting on the amendment now. All in favor? Any opposed? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jazerski, Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Linstead,
Yes.
Marsh Holshin,
No.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
All right, that amendment passes 9-1. We'll now return to the main discussion. Is there any other discussion about ordinance 2190? Councilmember Schaff.
Thank you, Mary. So this is another area which there has been a lot of activity in with the Biden administration as specifically. And so there's a lot of rules, and this has gone through the courts, and the courts didn't allow the preliminary injunction on this lawsuit. So this has continued to move forward, and I think that there's a lot of work being done here. For myself, I still continue to pour through the information regarding this ordinance. I'm going to support this tonight, but I still have some more to learn regarding this ordinance prior to second reading.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this one? Seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to vote on ordinance number 2190 as amended. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Next is council's consideration to proposed ordinance number 2191 on first reading. And this is requiring firearm dealers to post signs and provide notice at all locations where firearm transfers take place. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2191 by title?
Ordinance number 2191, amending chapter 9-72 of the Broomfield Municipal Code to require all firearm dealers to post signs and provide notice at all locations where firearm transfers take place. First reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that ordinance number 2191 be adopted on first reading and order published in full, and that a public hearing and second and final reading on ordinance number 2191 be scheduled for January 10th, 2023, as allowed by City Council procedures and rules of order.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember
Second.
Cohen. All right. So is there any discussion on this ordinance? Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I would like to propose an amendment to the sign language to add the warning. That was put the full language of the warning to the printed copy that would be provided.
That's slide 5, Kyle.
So this is just simply the addition of the text in red, which you would add that warning: access to a firearm in the home significantly increases the risk of death by suicide, death during domestic violence disputes, and the unintentional death of children, household members, or others. That was from the sign, and then include that on the written handout, printed handout. And that was all.
No, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Cohen, thank you. Is there any discussion on the amendment? All right, then all in favor?
Real quickly,
Oh, wait, sorry. Did
Sorry.
you had comments?
real quick comment.
Yeah.
I just wanted to note that we had a lot of discussion in the public hearing tonight and other op sessions about the need for more education. And I think this speaks to that in a very powerful way that I think a lot of people are not aware necessarily just of the statistics, the danger of having guns in homes, or many people feel like arming themselves is an immediate action they may want to take if they feel threatened, when statistically, unfortunately, having a gun in home does increase the likelihood of that gun being used, often against someone you know. A high proportion of murders and gun shootings in this country are mostly people shooting people they know. Strange shootings of strangers is a significant minority in the statistics. And really purpose, I also want to reference in terms of in abuse cases. I know we've heard from people saying they want to need to protect themselves in domestic abuse cases. Unfortunately, the odds of an abusee being able to protect themselves with a gun from an abuser is very, very low. The murder rate of abusees is quite high. And we need greater awareness of red flag law, which is referenced here, that the best, most way to protect yourself actually is to disarm your abuser rather than arming yourselves. It's not intuitive, it's counterintuitive, but the statistics will say that if you can disarm your abuser, the chance of survival is much higher. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Marshall.
I just want to go off of what Councilmember Cohen just said. We had originally proposed a domestic violence exception to some of these, and we were presented with data that it shows that it significantly increases the risk of death. So we pulled that from the discussion based on the data. And I also wanted to just take this opportunity, and I'm not too, we've talked a lot about the courts and what they're going to do and what they may or may not do, but the court, the Bruin decision, in my opinion, is flawed on many areas, but specifically how it's been interpreted already. A Texas court just a couple weeks ago ruled that those that have protection orders entered against them cannot be prohibited from owning a gun because that doesn't fit the historical context. The problem with that decision is that's probably true. It doesn't fit the historical context. Historically, the law didn't care if a husband beat his wife because a wife was a property. I was raised in a religious cult pretty much, and it wasn't more than 10, 20 years ago that I heard that there was no such thing as marital rape because wife had to do what she wanted. So the fact that that doesn't fit the historical context, in my opinion, is a flawed decision, and that's all I'm gonna put out there. So thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion? So Councilmember Anderson has made an amendment to the notification, and we have a second. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And now we'll move forward to the vote on ordinance number, we're on 2191 still, right? As amended. So let's vote on the amended 2191. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2192 on first reading. 2192 is the 10-day waiting period and proof of competence with firearms prior to the sale of firearms. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2192 by title?
Ordinance number 2192, amending chapter 9-72 of the Broomfield Municipal Code to require a 10-day waiting period and proof of competence with firearms prior to the sale of firearms.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Henkel?
I move that ordinance number 2192 be adopted on the first reading and order published in full, and that a public hearing and second and final reading on ordinance number 2192 be scheduled for January 10th, 2023 as allowed by city council procedures and rules of order.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Leslie?
Thank you, Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
I have an
Mayor
amendment.
Pro Tem? Oh, okay. I'll get you next. You want to go first?
Yeah, I have an amendment that I sent off yesterday to council. Councilmember Devin Schaff and I wanted to add on to ordinance 2192, just a small portion about to add on to the mental health resources, not only handing out a pamphlet, but just to include distribution of a pamphlet and reading of a statement made available on the city and county of Broomfield's website regarding mental health and suicide and the increased risk of suicide completed by firearm.
Kyle, can you pull up slide 2? Thanks.
And I would like to speak now. I haven't spoken a lot on the other ordinance parts, if you don't mind.
By all means.
I just want to thank everyone else for coming tonight. I've heard both sides, and John, I sat down for an hour and a half with lunch with you. So I really appreciate that, and Leslie as well, and you know, Scott, our veteran here. And I really think it's important to have this engagement on all sides. We had 2 study sessions. That's more than anything else we've ever done. And we've really discussed this in detail. I heard tonight many things that I will say that agrees actually with what we're doing. I've heard tonight that education matters. I've heard that mental health matters and that we don't talk enough about it. This ordinance requires us to talk about mental health. I've heard that trained people don't commit mass murderers. We are requiring training. I've heard a comment that those in the military don't know how to handle all guns. That is very true. I heard you want more education to include range time. Perhaps we can add that in later. I've also heard that this isn't Boulder, and you're right. This is Broomfield. And that's why we lead the state in these ordinances. I want to make sure that everyone knows that I also want to point out that people say that mental health matters. And that, you know, people are saying that, you know, our firearm experts aren't experts in mental health. But guess what? We have kindergartners who aren't experts on hiding from gunmen. We have teachers who weren't experts on shielding their children from gunmen. So the least we can do is put our money where our mouth is and really speak on mental health where it matters most. And that's where we talk about potential gun owners. And I see, as a gun owner ourselves, we teach it to our kids. We go to the range often. I grew up with guns. My extended family are gun manufacturers. And this education really does matter. And it concerns me if anyone is against education. So that is where I'd like to stand with that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go on to other discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mhm.
So this is, as a whole, an ordinance that I do have a lot of issues with. The 10-day requirement, I get where that's coming from, and arguably it may have prevented the recent shooting in Virginia. However, I've heard the arguments before from our citizens, and I agree with that. I don't see how it would prevent or how it benefits the health and safety if someone already has a firearm. Having to have them wait 10 days to purchase another firearm just doesn't, that one doesn't make sense to me. It would be, I mean, I have bowling balls and I wouldn't want to have to wait 10 days to purchase another bowling ball. And someone who collects firearms, I'm not sure how or why they should have to wait those 10 days. So I understand that we don't have a registry of firearms. So, the question is, well, how do we resolve this? And I think education is a great one. I'm not sure anyone who is against educating folks when they're purchasing a firearm. So I am behind the idea of requiring education. And then if you have a certificate that you've been educated, that's shows that have a firearm, that you've been through the process, and you shouldn't have to go through a waiting period, at that time. So I think if we have a strong education, I think the 10-day requirement is really redundant and unnecessary and actually harmful to our business owners that do sell firearms. And however, I also have issues with our education components right now on two sides. I think it's not necessarily, if we're going to rely on education, I'm not sure it's necessarily strong enough. There are no parameters on the who, what, wow, how, or when of what the education really means. Reading through this, I think arguably it could be a 2 or 3 minutes talking to by a firearms dealer. So I think we need to delve into this portion significantly more. I think there's a lot that needs to be sort of fleshed out on this. And on the other side, the requirements that we have in there right now, it's not clear to me, who or what can actually, whether that education is even available. So I don't want to also have an educational requirements that just can't be met and effectively prohibit anyone from buying a firearm in Broomfield. So I think this section needs to be thought through a lot more carefully. I think there's a way to resolve this and come up with something that achieves the goals here of really making sure that someone's purchasing a firearm, that they're well trained, that they're educated, and provides a bit of a pause period and thoughtful period for first time gun owners. But I think we do need to look through what education really means, because it's very, very vague and unclear here, except for some requirements, which I'm, again, not clear that that's even available. So I will, again, similar to the previous ordinance on the age, I will move this forward to tonight, but in the next 4 to 5 weeks, I think we need to discuss this further. And, as is, I wouldn't vote for this on second reading. But I think there's room to improve this and make it work for everybody. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to make sure I did this correctly. So Heidi, you, Councilmember Henkel, you introduced the amendment. Did we get a second? Oh, no, but we went right into your discussion.
I
So
just opined,
that's okay. Can I get a second? Councilmember Shapp, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Now
Second.
back to discussion. Okay. And we have next, Councilmember Leslie.
Good. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
I too am a very, very strong proponent of education, and it was really gratifying to hear so many people from diverse views speak the same issue. You need to do more. I was surprised, frankly, to learn that Colorado used to teach it in at least some of its schools. I've not seen any other state that has done that. Although I would worry about trying to impose on the schools yet another requirement. I'm sure they would resist. trying to bring that back to the school. So that falls then back on the public, falls back on us to do something there more than what we're doing. I agree with my colleagues here that we need to do more here between now and the second reading. I think this does deserve an amendment. I think it deserves clarity. I did ask staff if they would provide some details about what a kind of standard course might look like. Although I was interested to hear the gentleman speak about the concealed carry course, and even the instructor there said this just not enough. Being a person who served in the military, I also understand that you have a lot of time to learn how to use a weapon in the military, but not everybody uses them well, as was said here also. So, you know, a 1 hour course is not going to do it. Maybe not even a 1 day course, but we've got to do something more than what is being done because it has proven to bring value to safety and security. I lost a nephew, 12-year-old nephew, shot by a neighbor's kid because the father didn't secure the gun. So many of you in this room probably have had similar experience of losing family members. Safety and security is what we're about. We're not about taking guns away here tonight. We're talking about how do we do something, even if it's a small step, over a larger issue that over time, I hope that we can get more into. And we've listened to you and we've heard, and you've heard several of your neighbors here talk about how the council members have sat and talked with you and engaged with you and modified. There's still more modification that needs to be done. And we welcome further comments and advice and recommendations from you. Again, please email us and please come back at the second reading. But I will agree with my colleagues that this needs more because it's got to be more fully fleshed out. What do we mean by education? Where would that education take place? And frankly, back to the point of the schools, is there something more that could be enhanced, not necessarily through the school systems, but as a community to better educate people about guns from a very early age? I was not brought up in a family that had, I was brought up outside of New York City, right? The only way anybody had a gun was not to go hunting. They did it because they were a criminal, right? But we had some Cosa Nostra people live in our community. In this part of the world, many people were brought up with their families with guns. They learned how at a very early age. I was fortunate to go to and teach at a camp where 22 rifles were used and every kid learned how to use it and be safe and everything else. I taught it. And of course, being in the military, I learned it. I own a gun. I like skeet. I shoot, but I protect my family and myself with it. But it's not there for my personal protection. It's there because I enjoy the sport. But I don't want to take a gun away from anybody. But we also need to do so much more to educate people from a very early age about what owning a gun, what using a gun, what hunting with a gun means. Because too many young kids are blowing each other away. Reading about, 8-year-old kids killing each other because they were playing with a gun. I mean, we've got to start at a much earlier age. So anyway, that's my point tonight. I've just been waiting all night to say that. But I do agree we need to do more to flesh this one out. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. This is another area where I believe that local control is not appropriate. As our firearms dealers mentioned earlier, if they don't want to wait 10 days in Broomfield, they can just go to Westminster or somewhere else. This should be handled at the state level. That said, the states have abdicated their responsibility. So I do feel it's our duty to act. I do have some issues with this ordinance, as has been mentioned by several of my colleagues. The 10-day waiting period, in my opinion, is to prevent crimes of passion, whether that's or crimes or suicide, whether somebody has intent to do themselves or other people harm. It's to keep somebody from getting a gun, like in Virginia, and going out immediately and killing somebody or themselves. Which means to me, it doesn't help if they already have a gun, then the 10-day waiting period doesn't really make sense to me. I'm going to move forward with this tonight, obviously, not obviously, but I probably will offer an amendment next go around to change the and to an or. 10-day waiting period or proof of competency. Once they prove the competency, if you already have guns, now it's been said we don't have gun registry, so we can't do that. So we don't know for sure somebody already has a gun. But if they're a concealed carry holder, if they're active duty military, which isn't in the list, which I think that we should put in, if they have training courses already, the different things, then they clearly have experience with guns. So I do think that we should exempt those people from the 10-day waiting period. That said, I also do agree with my colleagues that the training thing the education needs to be tweaked, and there's definitely room for improvement. I liked one suggestion by a commenter of handouts at well child visits to doctors. I don't know if we can, if Health and Human Services, or I don't know if we can require that all doctors in Broomfield offer that sort of pamphlet, but maybe something that we could look at in the future.
Councilmember Marshall, Broomfield doesn't regulate medical providers, so we couldn't require that, but the resources could be made available.
Okay, so something along those lines to be able to put that in front of more people. So, yeah, I do think that we should make changes to this, but I am going to vote to move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
there is a motion to amend on the floor, and it might be helpful just to keep the conversation moving to focus on the motion to amend and have the vote on that motion, and then go back to the greater ordinance, because I know there's other amendments that council members wanted to introduce on this ordinance.
Oh, on this one, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Councilmember Anderson, and it's a document that she referenced that's in the public file, had suggested amendments.
Right, but we didn't get the final, like what they were gonna be, so I didn't know how many were coming. I wasn't clear. And my computer just died. Hold on, let me get back to where I was. Well, can we just finish the list that I have, because I have to wait and find my place and I need to buy myself some time. Just being honest. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Cohen. No, but it's helpful. Cohen,
Tell me when your computers are back up.
I will.
I just wanted to offer a counter perspective to the Mayor Pro Tem on his comments regarding the 10-day waiting period. I was just reflecting, I think one of the speakers talked about how things have changed. When he was young and people drove to school and kept guns at school. I grew up in a rural area and people had guns in their pickup racks and drove to school, and never occurred to us they would use it for anything other than dove and deer, but things have changed. I've been in higher ed for over 20 years. And I can tell you, I've watched the kids as they come through becoming more and more anxious year by year. We have traumatized the generation with shooter drills. And I see it when I talk to the college kids, the insecurity, the fear, the anxiety, resulting in a lot of impulsivity is really palpable. And the one reason for 10-day waiting period, to me, is not a long time. I mean, we live in an Amazon society where if we have to wait more than 2 hours, we're appalled, but it's 10 days. And today, young kids more than ever are acting very impulsively. You mentioned the Virginia Walmart case. They bought the gun the day of. There's a case at Stanford University where a young student athlete received an email saying she'd been accused of some infraction of student code, and she killed herself that night. And one reason for that, I might add, is we talk about mental health and resources. Has anybody tried to get into a therapist lately? You're not going to get in for weeks. There is a distinct lack of therapists available in our community right now, nationwide, and especially in Colorado. And I know because I've tried to seek therapy for a family member, it is hard. And it is not something you're going to get within 10 days for sure. I don't think it's too much to ask because of the potential benefit of a 10-day waiting period that may cool off passions, may give a chance for someone to think through their impulsive thoughts. It doesn't perfect. Someone, they can choose other means if they're really determined, but guns increase the odds of successful suicide probably tenfold at least. So my reaction is that I don't think it's a huge burden. My one sensitivity on the issue was people who say, well, I'm under threat. I feel I need a gun because I've been threatened. But again, as I mentioned earlier, statistically, you're better off using red flag law and disarming your abuser or other means that are on the books now than arming yourself. You're very unlikely to be able to defend yourself, particularly if you're an inexperienced gun user. So I think it's worth proceeding with the 10-day waiting period. I think the benefits outweigh some of the concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I found my place and we will get to you next. And let's go ahead and vote on the amendment. Oh, well, Councilmember Lim, go ahead.
I did have a question on the amendment. So the the training class must include, and then if I skip down to part of what was added, reading of a statement made available. So I'm trying to understand in the context of the training class, how this reading of a statement is going to occur. I understand how the training class could include distribution of a pamphlet, but how is reading of a statement going to occur in this training class?
Councilmember Henkel?
Yeah, thank you. This not only provides kind of continuity with the signage that we've already agreed to, right? We're already showing people the words and they can read it obviously themselves. But this really makes sure that we are really taking time to read the statement to the students of the class, you know, on our website regarding mental health and suicide. And you are also verbalizing this increased risk of suicide and completion by a firearm. Generally, and I learned this in a recent class too, is that generally boys will commit suicide by firearm. And they're usually, it's in the 90th percentile, 94th percentile of completion. Usually females will try to commit suicide by medication. And usually that completion is actually much, much lower. I want to say, Jason Lawley. I want to say it's, I don't want to put you on the spot for a specific number, but I want to say it's much lower. It's like either in the single digits or lower than 11%. So I think it's very important. And I've heard a lot of people even during the break talk about facts and how they didn't know facts until guess what? They heard it. So this is a fact. And these are the things that we are hearing, not just reading, but just something that we're hearing at least. You know, you can take 1 minute aside during the class and you hear the statements and the increased risk of suicide completion by firearm. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
So is the trainer reading the statement or is the student reading the statement out loud during the class or to themselves?
The way this is drafted, these are topics that the trainer would need to ensure is provided in a class and then note that on the certificate that is issued to the person.
So the trainer would have to sign that the statement was read by the student in some form?
Yes, the last part of F on that top paragraph says the training class must include, but is not limited to, and just above that, it says the applicant shall submit a training certificate or a photocopy which has the signature of the instructor and the list of topics included in the training. The training class must include these. So it's got to note that on the certificate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Then now we can vote on the amendment. Yeah. I'm up to date. Okay, cool. So we are voting on on the amendment for 2192, which adds the pamphlet for mental health and suicide. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Now we'll go back to the amended ordinance and all in favor? What? Oh, you have another amendment. Okay, this is where it gets tricky. We passed that amendment. And now Councilmember Anderson, you have another amendment?
Yes, I do have another amendment, and I just want to state that this is the ordinance that I struggle the most with, and it was recognized over and over tonight that there is a simple way to just, if you don't want to go through the education process and the 10-day waiting period, the simple solution is to just drive outside Broomfield. And I think we have to take that very, very seriously, because if we're trying to really accomplish this education, is this educational component, we need to make this an or. And so Nancy has, Ms. Rogers has a slide that has some proposed language here that like this is fine balance we have to find here, in which business can continue in Broomfield. We're allowing some exceptions for specific individuals. And the one that is not included on here as an exception on the next page is the active military, which I really think we do need to consider. So this was changing this requirement, trying to find that delicate balance of trying to not just have people drive outside of Broomfield to purchase any type of a firearm. So you would have the waiting period or the proof of competency prior to the purchase. And then additional exemptions, or some exemptions to the training component.
So Councilmember Anderson, if I could jump in.
Yeah,
a
that'd be great.
minute. So the first part of Councilmember Anderson's amendment would be changing it to an or, which has 3 resulting changes. And then Kyle, can you go to the next slide? The second part of her amendment to ordinance 2192 is to add the concealed carry permit holder as one of the exceptions. So it's sort of a 2-part amendment. I think those were the components of your amendment, right?
Yes, those were, and and tonight there was a discussion of active military, and we could do that for the next round, but I think we need to, consider that as well.
Can I jump in on that point? If we pull up A, and I don't know if everybody can see it, it's pretty small on that screen. The competence is the purchaser demonstrates competence with a firearm by evidence of experience with a firearm through participation in organized shooting competitions or current military experience. There is already an exception for current. You can demonstrate competence by showing you're in the military right now.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's already in there. All right, so then just as written here would be the proposed amendment.
All right, so Councilmember Anderson has introduced, is it a 1-part amendment, Ms. Rogers, or is it a 2-part?
So she's proposed it. It's a 2-part amendment to amend 2192 to make it an or and to add concealed carry permit holders as an exception. If I can try to summarize.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah. Okay, so we'll vote on part 1. Is there? Oh, we can do it together. Okay, then we'll do it together. So Councilmember Anderson has put forth an amendment, as you guys have seen. And now we will vote on it. All in favor? What?
We're going to just
Oh, did
need
you
a
give
second for the
I'm so
motion
Sorry.
and then a discussion on the motion.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry,
Late.
it is. Is there a, yeah, it's a second.
Council Mayor Pro Tem seconds. Okay, cool. Now there's discussion on this. So any
Correct.
discussion on Councilmember Anderson's amendment? Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you. I don't have I appreciate, in fact, the effort that our colleague is making, particularly vis-a-vis business here in Broomfield. Obviously, one of our hopes is that our colleagues across the Front Range will agree with the same ideas, and we're going to have to wait for the courts to settle out for a lot of this. But I think we're all very frustrated by the fact that we're making individual decisions by municipality rather than something that's more unified. I do have an issue, though, and it's not really directly related to this. So may I raise it now, though? It has to do with the underlying one. It has to do with there's 2 parts, I guess, to it. One of them is evidence or honorable discharge from a branch of the armed forces. So many members of the armed forces never pick up a gun. And so I'm worried that without being able to show that they've got some evidence of competency with a weapon, that we're not adding any enhancement to people's knowledge of and safety of using a weapon. Secondarily, there's a reference to a time period. I think if a veteran has experience with a weapon, 10-year time period, or here it talks about a 3-year time period, I don't think that makes sense. I think that was raised by a couple of our neighbors here as well. I think if you show competency, whether it was during the Vietnam era or whether it was during Afghanistan, that holds as an example of your ability to manage and handle a weapon. And I think that should be included. So maybe not tonight for an amendment, but I raised those two issues. I'd like to see something in the underlying principles here that would require a veteran to be able to show competency during her or his service in the use of a weapon. And then secondarily, I'd like to remove that time variable here. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go to the first one? I think it was and or, right? The 10 days. I believe us as a council were very clear about it being an and. And that's why staff moved it forward. We were very clear as a council during our study session that we said, not only did we want the 10 days, but and we wanted the education piece to it. And I'll tell you why here in my brain. A waiting period solves a different issue than the education piece of it. Okay, so the waiting period helps us at least alleviate some and mitigate some of our tendency for people to commit suicide or homicide. And it lowers it by, I believe, at least, I have the data here, about 17% for homicide, and for suicide, at least 11%. And then the education piece of it, though, tells us that they are being made aware of all these issues that we just agreed on. We all just agreed on this education piece of it. And education looks different than it did when I was younger. My older brother took me out, right? In backfield. That was our education. It has to look different now. And if you really are a gun owner, I cannot agree with you in the fact that you are willing to let people just own guns and not have any education on it whatsoever. Like that to me tells me that you might not be able to take your ownership seriously. And that's highly concerning to me as a parent and as a mother. And so we've all agreed to the education piece of it already. And we did already agree during the study session that it has to be an and. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I completely agree with what Councilmember Henkel just said. So I'm curious, Councilmember Anderson, if you would be willing to do a friendly amendment to separate the two in a vote. Because I can support adding the concealed carry as a exemption if they already have it, but I can't support changing it to an or. So I'm wondering if you'd be willing to separate the vote so as to not kill the whole thing potentially.
Councilmember Anderson.
So here's my concern with separating it out, and this is what I discussed with Ms. Rogers to put this all into one amendment was that it needs to be, if we're really going to give these opportunities to residents to incentivize the education piece, we really need to not do the 10-day waiting period in addition to it. So I think I would only want this to be as a whole, but someone else could propose an amendment. Is that correct? To just do if this were not to pass, that somebody could then propose an amendment for that alone?
Not tonight because of council's rules on amendments, but before second reading, yes.
Okay.
Unless you want to put it out there and try to get 2/3 or whatever it is you're doing.
No, I was saying as somebody
I'm so
could,
confused now.
No, she
would like to keep her amendment as is presented with the and or and the concealed, but she was saying if somebody else wanted to float this amendment, they could. Under council rules, you need to notify other council members by Monday at noon. And if you don't, you need 2/3 to introduce that amendment.
What would you like to do, Councilmember Anderson?
Well, there's one other possibility is that I'm not sure what to do here. I just really feel for our businesses and the ordinance we're putting in place and the difficulty. This isn't something where you have to do this ordinance. You have the choice to drive outside Broomfield. So I think in this desire of ours to do this amazing thing in which, I mean, I think we all agree that education is so critical, but there's an awful lot of residents who are going to go outside of Broomfield as opposed to do the education. The 10 days or the education would help to incentivize the education. And with those exceptions. So the other option here is just to table this entire ordinance tonight. That's a possibility.
The other option is you can just vote against it.
That is another option too.
Yeah, okay.
So I will leave as is and
Right.
just see how it goes.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Marshallson is next.
Oh, I'm not done.
Oh, you're not done? I'm sorry. Councilmember Ward, continue. My apologies.
I do have a quick question for, in regards to training that our police officers receive. Do they receive like ongoing retrain when regard to firearms handling? Okay, so I would be against taking out the time requirement for armed service veterans. I think anything that involves heavy responsibility, you need to have ongoing training or retraining, just as a refresher. I mean, I have to have ongoing retraining for my job, even though I do the same thing every single day, driving a bus, using ADA. I have to get retrained on that. So I think that is important to keep that in there just as a refresher. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Marshallson?
Thank you, Mayor. So as we're talking about this, I'm kind of refining how I'm thinking about it. So to me, like, as I said, the 10-day waiting period is to prevent somebody from acting impulsively if they don't already have a gun. So where I support the or is if they already have a firearm. So they already own a firearm, then to me, the 10-day waiting period doesn't make sense. But that's different than from education because, and Councilmember Leslie was talking about the veterans. It occurs to me that there is and I don't have the data, but just from anecdotally, there is a suicide issue with PTSD and veterans that they may not already have a gun. They may show that I was discharged honorably 7 years ago or whatever, but they may not currently have a gun. So the 10-day waiting period in that instance makes sense. So I'm not sure how we could separate it out. And I know that that's not the amendment on the table, but I would support an amendment that says 10-day waiting period, or if you can prove that you currently possess a firearm. And I don't know how that we do that other than concealed carry. So I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at right now on it. To me, the education and the 10-day waiting period is two different things, but thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Mayor,
next.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay, make a one, please.
Is there a
Councilmember Winstead,
second?
can I get a?
You got a second? You did? Who seconded?
I don't
What do you?
believe you need a second to call you don't need a second to call the question. Anybody?
We haven't done this before. This is new.
Call the question is new, but you don't need a second to call the question.
All right. Thank you for.
Did we have a second? We had a second for Lori's amendment?
Yes.
It was Mayor Pro Tem Jazirski.
Mayor Pro Tem seconded
Yes,
it.
yes. And so now the amendment is on the table, correct, from Councilmember Anderson, correct? The amendment on the table is to change the and to an or and to add an exception for those who are carrying a valid concealed carry permit.
So we vote now on calling the question and we need a
Oh, he just.
2/3 majority.
No, yeah, as soon as somebody calls the question, debate is over and the vote on whatever's on the table.
For the refresher.
Yeah.
I apologize. I mean, really, it hasn't happened in my 5 years. So good on you. I'm
It's a good
learning.
use of it.
All right, well, all in favor of the Councilmember Anderson's amendment as displayed, raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, we will have a roll call vote. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Cohen,
No.
Hinkle,
Absolutely not.
Jazirski,
Yes. Absolutely.
Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
No.
Linstead,
No.
Marsh Holshin,
No.
Schaff,
No.
Is that
Ward,
no?
No.
Anderson.
Yes.
All right, that does not pass. It fails 6-3. Did we get everybody's vote? There were 3 yeses? Okay, so it fails 7-3. God, it's late. So we go back to the amended,
Discussion on the ordinance as amended.
okay. Back to discussion. There were people that still had their hands up that wanted to discuss, so we'll go to Councilmember Marshallson. No more discussion? Did Cohen, did you have any more discussion?
Councilmember Marshall covered my points. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I do have a point that I wanted to make before I was rudely interrupted by my friend and colleague over here. And this is just for my colleagues at the other end of the dais. And I think the one thing that you're losing sight of is the education component really is, I think can be the cool down period. I'm totally with you on the need for a cool down period. I get that. But there is this, conundrum with, folks that already have a gun. The cool down period doesn't affect them. And so the way I think the workaround is with a properly constructed education, which is it's gonna be a natural cool down period right there. I mean, so if we have education that's, whether it's a course, it's a day, I don't know what it is, but you're going to get that cool down period that I get and I understand and is probably necessary, but it also allows those that have already been through the process, already have a gun, to then go ahead and purchase a second gun without having to wait. So I think it addresses all the issues. If we have a properly constructed educational component, I think that's what we need to work on, moving forward.
Thank you. Did you have anything else to add to the discussion, Councilmember Lindstedt? Any other discussion, Henkel?
Yeah, I just want to point out too, that we aren't in the business too of asking people, do you already previously own a gun? I don't know, the legality on asking someone that. So we have to be very careful when we talk about, do they previously own a gun? I also will say at the state legislation, there are some talks about moving forward with what we are doing because we are bringing it forward right now. I won't say how it's going to be moved forward, but I will in the future maybe talk about a delay in the implementation of this in May to figure out what hashes out in the legislation, because I do think we do need to work regionally, but I am also in talks with other county commissioners and city council members to be working as a region on this. So I do want to make sure that people know and understand that. But I will say that people, even though they've owned a gun for 10, 20 years, you guys, they don't necessarily know and understand the issues that when it comes to gun safety, you have to lock up your firearms. I had somebody who owned a gun for a very long time and they said, yeah, you should never put a loaded gun in front of a kid. And I was like, you treat every gun as a loaded gun, y'all. And like this guy has owned a gun for a long time. Just because you own a gun for a long time doesn't mean you are educated on guns. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Marshall Olson.
Actually, a question for Nancy. If on second reading, we amended it, could a person bring in their firearm to a dealer as proof that they currently own a gun to get the exemption to the 10-day? If we left the education in education, but then.
Can I ask you a question though? How does that qualify somebody that they're trained if they own a gun? Because
saying
there's no
we-
requirement for training,
You
so
leave
anybody
the
can.
education in place,
Oh,
but we only exempt the 10-day waiting period if they currently own a firearm. So could we require them to could we allow that, like they bring it with them? I'm just thinking.
We could, but functionally, I think that's really challenging
Okay,
because
just a thought.
because of ownership documentation.
Right. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
all right. Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
At the risk of William calling the question, I'll be really quick,
He's gonna,
but just
y'all are gonna make him.
he's getting ready to be in the legislature right now. The issue about showing a gun is like, what kind of gun? So I bring in my musket and I'm buying a semi-automatic with a big ammo, then that's okay, because I'm ready to shoot something up. I don't see this as, I think a lot more work. I think if this is the direction we're gonna go, maybe come back with amendment to further flesh that out if you think there's something there. Thanks.
All right. That makes sense. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think this is one that we've done a lot of work on, and this is one in which I think a lot of the community has engaged around the 10-day waiting period, around the education requirements. And I think that there's probably still more work to do on this ordinance. I worry that we won't have enough time to get all of that work done by January, but I would like to see this move forward tonight. In the hopes that we can get that work forward, that work done. I do like the idea that Councilmember Henkel brought up, and the idea of the delay of implementation to find out if the state is going to take this up in this next session, because I do think this is one that creates that equity for the entire state as opposed to just carving out one jurisdiction. So that is an interesting idea, but I do hope that we can get all the work that we need to do for this ordinance done before second reading.
Thank you. I have a question for our legal staff. Ms. Rogers? What does a delay of implementation entail? Like if we wanted to pass this with a delay of implementation, would that be an amendment in the second reading?
It would be.
Okay.
And I guess we would need staff direction on what additional information is needed.
It was
We've-
just a curiosity.
No, just on the discussion of more work needs to be done. This is not, we've advised against BPD or CCOB taking on the training requirements for various reasons. We've tried to provide as much information as possible. If after this meeting, you can definitely follow up to let us know what more information we could try to track down and find for you on this point. That would be very helpful for staff.
Councilmember Henkel?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know, I talk a lot during this segment. I will say a lot of this information comes from classes that are already available. So this isn't something that, people aren't already teaching. So it's not something that needs to be fleshed out in my eyes as a gun owner. But, if you feel like you needed to add more, we can chat offline. Thanks.
All right. That ends the discussion. Okay, good. Seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on this ordinance number 2192 as amended. All in favor? Any opposed? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Cohen,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jazerski, Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Linstead,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson.
No.
Thank you. That passes 9-1. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2193 on first reading. 2193. My other computer died, so I used to. That's the open carry. Okay. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2193 by title?
Ordinance number 2193, amending chapter 9-72 of the Broomfield Municipal Code to prohibit the open carrying of firearms in public places. First reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
Yes, I move that ordinance number 2193 be adopted on the first reading and order published in full, and that a public hearing and second and final reading on ordinance number 2193 be scheduled for January 10th, 2023.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Marshall.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? No, really? Nobody? No amendments? Oh, okay, then, seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on this ordinance number 2193. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2194, which is prohibiting concealed carry of firearms in the city and county of Broomfield owned or leased buildings. First reading. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
Yes, I move that ordinance number 2194 be adopted on the first reading and ordered published in full, and that a public hearing and second and final reading on ordinance number 2194 be scheduled for January 10th, 2023.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Marshall.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Anderson.
Yes, I do have, sorry, Mayor, I do have one amendment, proposed amendment for 2194. And this one also has a slide. And this was just to clarify that it's unlawful for any person to carry a concealed firearm on or about their person in any city-owned or leased building where signs and security personnel with electronic screen devices are placed at the public entrances. Just to add that clarification, and so that no one would ever go. So this could be a temporary situation during some meeting, but that there would be some type of a security screening if there was not going to be allowed concealed carry. And I think the original, what I asked Ms. Rogers for was to eliminate the private security guard engaged in their official duties, because the city and county of Broomfield doesn't hire any, I'm indifferent on that one now. I think it can just stay. If
Wow, real time.
Oh, yeah.
Impressive, Ms. Rogers. All right, is there a second? Councilmember Shaw.
Second.
Thank you. Well, all in favor of? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, discussion. Councilmember Marshall. Oh, Cohen had his hand up first. Did you want to go?
That was before the amendment, or do you want to address everything?
You want to wait or do you want to go now?
I'll just say really quickly, I might have issues with this ordinance as I raised my questions earlier. I think the state has made it very difficult for public buildings to prevent concealed carry. I think like the airport, you can't have concealed carry, but they have security. And that's an exemption. Here, we would have to have a magnometer. We'd have to have a electronic screening device in any building we did this. And I do think the cost would be extreme for a community we don't necessarily need to be as concerned about. So I'm opposed to this right now because I think it needs more work or more thought. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I oppose this amendment. I think the cost and the extra burden on the staff that it would cause is not necessary. I think the ability to put signs anywhere that the city manager deems appropriate is more appropriate, because that allows us to be more flexible without incurring extra costs for screening for the devices and everything else. So I oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Schaaf and Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. This is one amendment that I definitely do support. I seconded it. And this makes it able for me to support this entire ordinance. I think that, this creates the level playing field that we heard from some of our residents talk about, that no guns are coming in here. No, that this establishes a electronic screening device that nobody is bringing those in. No law abiding, no people that are trying to do harm to others. So I think it levels the playing field, and I think that this is needed.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And just a quick clarification. This would, as Councilman Schaaf just noted, would level the playing field. But this would not require security screenings at all entrances. This would only be as determined by the city and county manager or his or her designee. So if that was determined by the city or county manager that we were going to prohibit concealed carry, then at that point in time, there would be a screening. But that would not mean that this would not necessarily have to be a huge burden if we didn't put that, if the city and county manager didn't add those additional locations. So thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Hinkle.
Yeah, I also support this because I don't support the overall ordinance without it. If we're going to not have concealed carry and we're going to ban concealed carry, you really are hamstringing a lot of our well-educated people who own guns and who can use them. So I really do agree with this. And if this doesn't pass, then I won't support the ordinance as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leslie.
I support this because of the staff. I mean, working in public buildings, sometimes during times of controversy, or having to deal with individuals that might be upset about certain things, like working in the library and having people telling you you need to be removing books or something like that. You just feel insecure in that environment. So from my vantage point, it's not just the general concept, but it's also helping our staff feel more secure in the environments in which they're working. So I support this amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Perhaps I'm being obtuse, but I'm reading the top line. It says it prohibits the concealed carry firearms in city and county Broomfield owned and leased buildings. This, then A says it's as determined by the city and county manager. Aren't those in contradiction? That either they are all or they aren't?
It's not all. It was written to be only those buildings as determined by the city manager or her
So
designee.
A condition is qualifies the opening phrase under section 97205, where it says prohibits concealed carrying of firearms in city, county, Broomfield owned and leased buildings.
In the title.
Doesn't that mean everything? So this, okay, I am being obtuse then. So.
All right. Any other discussion? So we're voting on Councilmember Anderson's amendment. Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Hinkle,
Sorry, yes.
Jazerski, Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Linstead,
No.
Marsh Wolshin,
No.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen.
No.
That passes 7-3. Now we'll return to after the amendment stuff. Okay, so now we'll return to vote on the ordinance number 2194 as amended. All in favor? Any opposed? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jazerski, Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Linstead,
Yes.
Marsh Wolshin,
No.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen.
No.
That passes 8-2. All right, next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2195 on first reading. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2195 by title?
Ordinance number 2195, amending chapter 9-72 of the Broomfield Municipal Code defining the terms that apply to firearm regulations. First reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward?
Yes, I move that ordinance number 2195 be adopted on the first reading and ordered published in full, and that a public hearing and second and final reading on ordinance number 2195 be scheduled for January 10th, 2023.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Cohen? Thank you. Is there any discussion? This is the code cleanup. Yep, okay. Well, then no discussion. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2200, which is also municipal code to incorporate updates to the code. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2200?
Ordinance number 2200, amending Title 9, Article 8 of the Broomfield Municipal Code to incorporate updates to the code. First reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward?
I move that ordinance number 2200 be adopted on the first reading and ordered published in full, and that a public hearing and second and final reading on ordinance number 2200 be scheduled for January 10th, 2023.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Leslie?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right, all in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Well, that's it for the firearms ordinances. Well, right?
So I just want to note, council rules has an 11 o'clock end time, but that was the last action item. The ones are very fast. So if council would like, we could take a vote to continue, but I think we have about 3 minutes left.
Yeah, we're rolling past the reports and not reports. So y'all want to just power through it? There's really not much else. Okay, good. Well, then Ms. Rogers, the city and county attorney's report is next.
Nothing.
Thank you. Ms. Hoffman, the city and county manager's report. is
Nothing.
Next. Awesome. There is no legislative update this evening. Item 15A was continued. There are no requests for future action this evening, in concluding the items on this evening's agenda. Is there any other business to come before the council? There being no further business, this council meeting is adjourned.